All right. Everything should be good and set up now. Always got to go through the last little ringer of tests. Make sure everything's good. All right. We are back with, well, more news. I've already done a VOD where I reacted to similar content like this, but this is more on Asmongold's take on it. I will 100% say I don't agree with a lot of what he's saying, but I do agree with the base point that it should be stopped before it begins. So let's get into it.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today we're going to talk about the parasite that is payment processors, primarily Visa and MasterCard, in between their very busy schedule of scamming random financially illiterate people into contracts with credit cards that have 30% interest. They've somehow also managed to fuck up the internet at the same time. So recently there's been a group called Collective Shout, which is, I know this might surprise you.
So that's the name of the group. I was curious what their name actually was, because I heard that they were a group from Australia, and it's a group of, well, a lot of people are calling them Karens, and maybe some Kevins, who knows, but they are actively trying to use card companies now and weaponizing them to take down what they don't like. Now, while I do agree that porn games in general on Steam cannot be fully controlled, because no matter what, a 13-year-old, a young kid's going to find a way to create an account on Valve and within Steam, or any platform for that matter, and be able to say that they're 18 years of age. It's as simple as that. Because some don't ask for ID verification. They just let them post it and get in there. And then they can download any content they want. And this comes down to three things for me. One, it's the parenting. Parents have to take a more active role in trying to, well, police their own children. And some just want to put them in front of a tablet and call it a day. Two, it comes down to the fact that these card companies shouldn't be allowed to instigate these kinds of processes if they're not already part of their original policies. Now, I completely understand the card companies are used by millions of small businesses, large corporations, and across the entire world. However, they have to police who they're signing contracts with better. Because based on what we know, the reason why they went after Valve and Steam, same company by the way, Valve owns Steam, it's just their platform. So Steam's the platform, Valve's the company, is because they quite literally had those porn games on there, and the card companies were notified of this by the group that Asmongold just mentioned, and as simple as it gets, they use that to take them down. So as I said, number two is the card companies policing the contracts and making sure that they're enforced. Because as I understand it, in their policies, they will not support this kind of stuff. So it's as simple as that. Now, my question is, are Visa and MasterCard used on places like Pornhub for membership or other places? Because I believe they might be, which would bring into question why they would allow that. So we're getting into a lot of strange things, but I think part of the reason was because there's incest games. So it was a broad spectrum that they were targeting. And the third reason, a group of people who probably either have kids or don't have kids, we don't know each member of their group, should not be allowed to be empowered to take down whatever they want because of how they feel. We're living in an age where the entire internet, for the most part, is full of mentally deranged individuals, where they are quite literally using the internet to empower their movements. And we as a regular society now have to cater to them. We're catering to them. We cater to a lot of them. And the problem with the catering is that The problem with the catering is that by catering to them and empowering them further, they think that the world's going to go along with their madness. And so far it has. You've seen it when you get people that have mental conditions that are online screaming at the top of their lungs for something to be taken down, and majority of the time it gets taken down. The majority of these mentally deranged people don't actually back down until someone that they've gone after quite literally sues them, as in the J.K. Rowling incident with a tweet with a guy who liked to tweet about her, calling her all kinds of things. And she finally, after a year and a half of back and forth banter with this said gentleman, decided, oh, well, I gave you an opportunity, and since you don't want to, let's go ahead and try this in court. And she did, and he proceeded to take down all his posts and issue a public apology. See, nothing gets done until they're targeted, such as H3H3 going after a bunch of moderators because of their threats. And let me be clear, I don't believe H3H3 would have pursued this lawsuit if one thing was left alone: his kids, his wife. When you send a human skull to the actual house and then also have people threaten online to, well, remove your children from this world, that's going to instigate a parent who has means and has will to get this kind of stuff done. People need to understand, we live in a society of mentally deranged individuals who like to take advantage of the system that they've been given to say whatever they want, do whatever they want. And it's sad. We shouldn't have to live like that.
A militant group of obnoxious Karens from, I believe, Australia, but let's be honest, it's going to be all over the world, that have gotten together to bully and attack Visa and MasterCard into refusing service with Steam and pressuring Steam to remove certain games off of Steam because these games hurt their feelings.
I want to be clear. Based on all the evidence we've seen, based on everything we've heard, at least if you've been watching videos and seeing this, there is in no way any indication that they bullied the card companies. They sent them emails, they sent them notices, and they told them about what's being said to them, but I don't think the card companies cared about those, about the tweeters who are threatening the people that are doing this. I think the card companies had policies in place already involving the use of child you-know-what and incest being on this particular platform, Steam, and then those policies were enforced. That's what they did. They were informed of them. And I don't think Visa and MasterCard are obviously doing a good job of policing their own network, who they provide their services for. And they probably already have, as I've said before, pre-existing policies that were in place that they didn't allow this stuff. But they don't police every platform, every company that uses their services. So until they are told about it, they're not going to enforce it within their contract. And I'm sure as heck, I feel like I probably should go with this hill and not climb down it. I'm going to stick to the hill that the car companies had to have policies in place already. And they just didn't know Steam had this stuff, and that's why they went after it. Now, to be very, very clear, that's just what my opinion is. I don't know if it's fact or fiction. Maybe they changed their policies at the last second, which would make them very, very, very disgusting for a company to do, just so they can enforce that, which means they were trying to help the Karen group out, and that would suck. But I'm still going to go with they were already pre-existing in their policies. That's just me.
Oh no, it's an incest game. Oh no, it's a fucking not safe for work game. It's a porn game. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? The thing is that, and this is the big issue that I have, I'm very agitated about this because I see where this is going. It begins with the incest games and it ends with whatever the fuck they want.
Asmongold at this point wasn't aware that this group has had success getting rid of things like this in the past, but they've done it through different means. Their primary target is games that involve explicit exploitation of women in any form. And exploitation is whatever they define it as. But that group has had success in their own country getting rid of games. Like games at Target and a few stores located in that country had to remove games from their shelves that had sexual exploitation of women. They just did. And that's what ended up happening. This group has had success doing this kind of stuff. They find the linchpin. They'll do petitions. If that doesn't work, they will voice their opinion through emails. If that doesn't work, then they start looking into the ways to become empowered and utilize it. Now, are they going to be able to get away with this by telling the card company every single time they don't like this game, take it down? No, I don't think that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is that when they try to do it again, the card company is going to say, not this time. Only because I just don't think they're targeting games in general. They're just targeting things that they already had policies on. They weren't aware of it. They were given notice of it, talked to the platform that has the contract, and said, hey, we can't support your payment processes anymore since you're violating our policies. And this was what we signed at contracts. Because I don't know how often the card companies change their policies, but if I'm right, the porn stuff, that's probably been in their policies for a while. I really feel like that's what's going on. And I like how the pause catches Asmund looking like that.
And so if anybody remembers back in the 2000s, if anybody 3,000 years ago, whenever they were talking about how Grand Theft Auto is causing school shootings and these video games are causing this stuff, what's to stop these disgusting fucking annoying Karens from being able to bully these processors into effectively not allowing us to play the video games?
Again, I don't think they bullied them. They sent notices, they informed them, but I think they took advantage of policies that were already in place. I will repeat this until the end of time. And if I'm wrong, I will accept I'm wrong. But I just personally think those were pre-existing policies the car companies enforced with the platform. They don't like it, they didn't want it, and they wanted it off there, or else they weren't going to provide those services anymore because it was a violation of the contract that they probably had in place. I mean, these are simple things. I mean, Valve says they weren't going to fold to that kind of power, but when you have a legally binding contract, and that legally binding contract is being enforced on the end of one of the people who signed it, well, or companies, yes, it's just how it's got to go. They're going to want to enforce it.
That we want, allowing us to consume the content that we want, and fundamentally, at a very, very basic level, limiting our freedom of expression through effectively looking at the chain, finding the weakest link in the chain, and taking as much advantage of it as possible. And I want to say another thing. Collective Shout and every other Karen Incorporated group, every other bullshit advocacy group that's trying to bully these payment processors, they are the symptom and they are not the disease. Because if you get rid of them, there's just going to be another one that replaces them that does the exact same fucking thing.
Well, we've got groups like that all over the place. And once more, there are points I agree with Asmund on and points I don't agree with him on. I still think that the majority of this is just pre-existing policies that they had in place and that they maintain within their contracts. It has to be. It's hard for me to believe that one group sent them this notice informing them of what was on Steam and they just suddenly went, all right, we're going to obey you ladies and do this. No, I don't think it's that easy. They saw that the policies were in place with the card processors and they just got smart and decided to do it. It's a disgusting type of smart. It's an abuse of the system, but that's what they do. Because I don't think Visa and MasterCard, or PayPal for that matter, police the contracts that they do. They expect, and it's basically what you call a good faith argument. They're hoping that on good faith, you will honor what you've signed. And Steam probably didn't honor that by allowing these types of games on the platform. As a result, they were informed of it. They said, this is in violation of the contract. We need you to take them down. Simple as that. That's how I view it. Now, do I think that companies like this should be able to push around their weight and take down things that they don't like? No. I 100% do not agree with that. So they should never, ever be allowed to do that kind of stuff. I hope that never happens and that becomes a thing. Now, on the days following after this if they are starting to take down games that we like let me put it like this: if they targeted Elden Ring because it allows you to wear underwear and a bra, and they say this is exploitation of women, and this group then targets Elden Ring and targets the payment processors, tell them to take it down, and the payment processors then proceed to take it down, then we're going to have a problem. That's going to be a real problem. But until I see that, I'm not going to blow my head up worrying about this being an ongoing thing. This group has been empowered way before they got away with this. They've had success in their own country and across the entire world with taking down things. There's a whole video about it that I already did a VOD that's available on my channel, where Belarus News goes over the whole thing and how this group has had success in the past with taking down games. But their games specifically targeted at exploiting women, children, and other forms of exploitation. That was their main targeting. Now, I'm going to say this, though. I don't like the group. Because personally, if I'm right, they're probably people that are parents and blame the companies for everything, but refuse to take any accountability to policing their own kids, to making sure they maintain a safe environment. Because the majority of parents I've seen just put a tablet in front of their kid and just go about their day. That's literally all I see nowadays. And it's not something I want to see. But that's the state of where we're at, and that's the state of how it is. When parents want to blame the card companies, they want to blame the TV, they want to blame all the other publishers and developers. It's your fault. My kid did this. It's your fault. It's not their fault for being a poor parent. It's the fault of everyone else. That's usually how it goes. But I will say this. Not all parents are like this. There are good parents who maintain a good, healthy relationship with their kids, but they teach them to understand that these companies and other things are to be avoided. Like, they give them a subtle nuance, they enforce it, maintain it, until their kids are old enough to be able to be allowed on it. That's my personal belief.
The disease is the payment processors and the fact that they can act effectively as a cartel. They have total autonomy to deny service to anybody for any reason. If
he is right, they do reserve that right, but it's only within the contracts that they signed with those businesses, corporations, and platforms like Steam that they're enforcing. Now, I'm pretty sure there's legally binding contracts, and I'm sure that in those contracts, they can't just go, we're changing this policy right now, so you have to accept it. I'm pretty sure with those companies, that doesn't happen. Now, they'll probably increase fees, which is probably something that's in the contract. They have a right to do that. But they do have a monopoly, which is a problem, because they can then set whatever rates they want, because you don't have any other options. They're your only option for payment. I mean, my bank uses MasterCard for their debit cards, so I don't have a choice. I have to use MasterCard. It's the only thing they provide. I mean, I can do back and forth transfers from the bank, but maybe it's provided through MasterCard for the transfers. I mean, it could be provided through Western Union, could be provided through another money order company, anything like that. I mean, the point is, when you have a monopoly, you can do a lot. You can make whatever rates you want because you're the only one they can sign with. You can make whatever things you want because you're the only one they sign with. I mean, out here where I live, there's a single electric company that supports the entire electric for an entire city, and majority up above in a state above it. I mean, they have a monopoly. And then there's some laws in place over here where they literally state, these are laws. Like, our government has better things to do, but they make laws for the companies. So let me put it like this. It's a way of preventing a monopoly, but they haven't prevented the electric company's monopoly. But they're willing to go after the internet providers. AT&T and another cable company, I won't mention by name, but they fight over territory out here, quite literally. So if, let's say the cable company, one of them, for internet is in one area, well, AT&T cannot based on the zones, go into that area and provide service. If AT&T has service in one area that the other internet company and cable cannot come out and provide service in that area, you are stuck getting the service from that one company. There are some areas that are not red zoned where you can get both services or choose one. There are other areas within the city limits that prevent you from doing that. The one way to get around this, though, you have to use third-party companies to get service from one of these companies, but it's cheaper. It's an interesting thing that we have going on up here in this city.
If they think that it will affect their brand, well, why don't we go ahead and think about this in any other utility or any other service? Imagine if you can't get electricity because, oh, well, you use that electricity to go on websites that people disagree with or they don't like. And I have no problem with them denying service to something that is illegal, by the way. I think that's totally okay. But whenever these people want to create their own moral...
To be direct, there is a subtle nuance to what he's saying. Our government could make porn illegal, and then Asmund's argument would be applied there as well. But there's something else you need to understand with the situation with these companies and them doing this kind of stuff. We had a situation like this happen. There was a few people who owned Apple. And I believe it was the little AI voice-commanded device. I forget what it's called, but the Apple, and I'm not a big Apple products fan, but they started banning people's Apple memberships because of words they heard over those machines they said in their own home. So their home is no longer private, and Apple is quite literally banning their Apple provided services. Amazon did something similar as well, with I believe Siri was its name. But Apple and Amazon have both done this. If they hear you say those words, they can ban you for any racial slurs you say in your own home. If they don't like your cuss words, they'll ban it too, because they can hear it over the device. This happened, and I'm not kidding. This did happen. There were a few small instances. Of course, Apple and Amazon in those instances did re-enable their services because of the large blowback, but they did do it. So it's not impossible that water companies, electric companies, your TV provided services, anything that you pay a service to can deny it, even in the privacy of your own home, if they don't like something you said. They will do this. So it's not too far-fetched for the card companies to do a little bit more if they start disliking games as a whole. That's the problem with the monopoly and not having more options. But you would think you have PayPal, Visa, MasterCard. That's 3 different options. But they all follow the same trajectory because of people at the top who run the companies who are a little bit on the spectrum of politicals going to the far left, and it's not good.
Legality and then use these payment processors as a pseudo-government to enforce it as a pretty much monopoly across the entire internet. That's not a free market, that's a fucking cartel. And I think they need to be regulated. I definitely do, and I think that's the only way that this actually solves itself. Now, obviously, it's great if we had new payment processors come into the space, and I know that a lot of people talk about crypto as a solution to this. I understand that.
There's a lot of available payment processors. The specific ones he's referring to are MasterCard and Visa. PayPal, I don't think, did anything with Valve. Not that I'm aware. If they asked them to take that down. I mean, there's a lot of payment processors out there. It's just, it's not about the option. It's about how much availability they have in the world for sending cash and fees across different networks. And Visa and MasterCard would most undoubtedly have the biggest monopoly over that because they're everywhere. You see them everywhere. PayPal's only now just starting to get into being able to make payments with it at gas stations or over your phone. Like they are starting to expand a little bit more, but they're not in every space, not like Visa and MasterCard.
I personally think that you need to have more regulations for financial stuff.
My issue with more regulation, oh, this is where we really get into it. All right, I want to be clear. I am not a fan of a heavy federal government. I'm not. I don't like being regulated into the ground on everything. I believe state governments should do the regulating within their own states, and federal government should be there just to deal with bigger issues. I mean, here's a good example. Our federal government, back in the early 2000s, back when high definition TV was starting to become a thing, they had enough time to go in when we have 1,000 other problems going on, but they go in and they spent time making a law, a literal law, to enforce high definition television across the country. As in, everyone had to be forcibly upgraded, and you didn't have a choice. I hate that. And it also makes me mad too, because it means our government has the time to enforce a stupid TV law, but they don't have enough time to lower the national debt, which is the biggest ongoing issue we have going on. I mean, they get 100+ days off a year where they literally are not governing. They are just sitting in offices, going on dinner dates, and speaking to their constituents and their sponsors, feeding the narrative. And I don't like it. This is why I am a firm believer in the idea that every single thing should not be regulated. Regulation too much is way too much because it empowers government. So Asmongold's regulation idea I like, but only at the state level. States should be regulating this stuff. They really should.
But that's a different conversation. The one thing that I think we can all agree on is that the current situation is bad. And anyway, so the issue that we have right now is that these payment processors are able to effectively limit our freedom of speech, limit our freedom of expression, tell us what we're allowed to see and what we're not allowed to see on the internet by denying service and refusing to do business with these different companies. Now,
again, and I'll keep reiterating this throughout the video, it's pre-existing policies within a contract. Because legally binding contracts, when they sign these platforms and companies, there's no way for me to believe that the Visa, MasterCard are coming in and changing them every single week. They're not doing that. Now, they do that to customers. They do that to single-digit customers that sign for credit cards. There's no question they do that. They'll change their policies on the fly as much as they feel like. But when it comes to their provided payment services through these companies who are purchasing from them and have to pay their fees, they are signing a contract. And I'm sure there's some negotiation going on with the bigger ones. Some smaller ones are utilizing them, but I just don't believe that this takedown that they did at Valve and with Steam's platform was entirely malicious because of a group of Karens. The group of Karens just gave them the attention of noticing that this platform had those sexually explicit games on there, and they violated the card company's policies. That's my opinion. I believe that's what the case was, and because of their contract, they had to take them down. That's it. I don't think they just saw these emails and looked and were like, oh, sex on this platform, and they want us to take it down. Okay, we will obey you. No, I don't think that's what happened.
You might think that this is freedom of association, and to a certain degree you'd be right, but the problem is that it's not a free market. If it was a free market, you would have some companies that would be willing to do it and some companies that would not. But the issue is because Visa and MasterCard control such a large market share of payment processing market, what that causes is it causes people to be forced effectively into using them as a service. And in the same way that you guys know this, if you live in an area that only has maybe one power service, or you live in an area that only has one internet service.
He's correct on that, because we only have the one electric service out here. We have two internet providers. and we have one electric service. So those are monopolies, but they are regulated by the state. Our state doesn't let them get out of control. Not like the issue that happened down in Texas where they got a little bit of snow and their energy bill shot up to thousands and thousands of dollars. And sadly, people did not survive a few inches of snow in Texas. Boy, oh boy.
Oftentimes that service is either, there are two outcomes, guys. It's either regulated or it's garbage. And sometimes it's both. But I can guarantee you one thing, it's certainly not good.
I'm in favor of state regulation, not federal. Please, just no more federal. So tired of it. Just, they're lazy enough with what they can get away with. By the time they get this passed through, I'd probably be 80 years old. That's the rate at which our federal government and our Senate and our congressmen work. They're so slow. 80 to 90-year-old men and women. We need to term limit senators and congressmen. 4 years, 2 terms, just like the President of the United States. Force them to work in tangent with new people, because newer blood will get a lot more done. It will. You may not like who gets elected. You may not like the policies that they're trying to implement, but you know what? At least change is happening. Be it over radical, be it a little radical, be it revolutionary, be it whatever it needs to be, they would enforce actual change. And that's what I want to see. I want to see us get away from what we've been doing with pandering and just be more active in the space with younger blood in Congress and Senate, passing policies, even if I don't agree with them, because I would just be happy to see some action being done. I don't even know the last time they passed an actual law that was applicable to everybody.
And the fact is that I understand some people might be against regulation, but I've got to tell you, okay, if you're sitting on the internet using your smartphone complaining about regulation, you might as well just be a fish complaining about water. Everything is regulated. Your car is regulated, your phone is regulated, the battery in your phone is regulated.
He's not wrong. Everything is regulated, but I don't want more federal government regulation. I want it to be at the state level, and that's where I want it to stay. It's better. Let me put it in some context. Regulation at the state level means faster change. That's what you're going to get. Because states are much quicker about getting a job done when it comes to their governance with their Senate and their Congress compared to the federal government. Because when the federal government gets together, there's 100+ people in both sides debating over and over about what they don't agree with. The majority of people working within a state, that state is so smaller and condensed. They get it. They know what their state wants. They hear the outcries of their constituents within that state, and they know what they want to see. That's the difference. State, faster. Federal, slow.
The data your phone receives is regulated. Everything in the world is regulated, but we're somehow supposed to think that, oh wow, these billion-dollar companies that, by the way, how the fuck does a credit card company make money? Oh, that's right, by scamming stupid people who don't understand math out of money, writing it off as a loss whenever they don't get the money back, and then being able to...
When I was younger, I did get a credit card, and I made some big oopsies. Not paying attention, not realizing what I was getting myself into. And yeah, it took me a couple of years to get out of that debt. But I did. But I'm telling you, man, he's not wrong about those car companies. Do I think they're stupid people? No. I think they're people that have not been informed or taking the time to read. And I was 18 at the time. So I was not very good with the concept of money and regulating myself. Regulating yourself as an individual. This is why I'm strongly in favor of public schools and private schools at the state level being forced to have a home economics class that teaches people about credit cards, mortgages, about balancing a checkbook, about financial responsibility. This is something I'm hugely in favor for. home economics at the state level that have to teach these kids when they're in high school how to manage their life. Seriously. Just how to manage life, how to do their taxes, how to understand where their taxes are being taken from, what they can do. I mean, if I had known years ago I could do a $5 additional and a $5 additional, two $5 additionals on both federal and state, I would. I wish I had known that, because they'll take an additional amount out of your check, and it prevents them from having the no-go to say, oh, well, the IRS, say you owe us. No, I don't owe you a jack diddly squat, because I took out $5 additional every single check for the entire year. There's no way you can say I owe you anything. I wish home economics at the public and state, public, private, and state levels were regulated for that, for the kids. Because if the parents aren't going to take responsibility for teaching their kids those kinds of financial and fiscal responsibilities, then give it to the schools that they're paying for, because they have them for 8 hours out of the day. That's my viewpoint on it.
To say that, oh, well, it's okay, we're not going to pay this off as a tax, because guess what? We didn't make any fucking money, because we're signing contracts with massive interest rates to people that are financially illiterate. And so anyway, these companies exist.
I like how Aspen went from stupid to financially illiterate. My words are not PC correct, but they're a little bit more subtle, because I'm not going to call someone stupid just because they don't have the knowledge. I mean, they're not informed, man. They don't know. And a lot of this has to do with the parents and the school systems not taking some responsibility and getting this taken care of. I mean, when you're failing your kids at both the parenting at home, teaching them financial and fiscal responsibility, and then proceeding to let it track over to school, but they learn nothing there. This is the problem. This is why I'm in favor of home economics being a required course that kids have to go in and they learn how to do these things. Now, let me be clear. Not every single thing in there is going to be the same thing. Like, how are you going to balance checkbook? It's going to be different from check to check to check for everybody in different states, because there's different banks that are out there, or credit unions. How are you going to teach them how to pay their bills or maintain fiscal responsibility? Well, you just break it down. I'm just thinking broader picture. The subtle little things, that's up for my government within the state to figure out. They've got to come up with that system.
As a parasite, okay? They are a parasite. They steal money from people. They are awful. And anyway, now we have a situation that they are affecting our freedom of speech on the internet. They are affecting our freedom of expression on the internet wholesale. And it's only going to get worse, because once these disgusting, fat, annoying...
Freedom of expression. Freedom of letting the you-know-what out of the where. Oh, boy.
Fucking, just Karens go and they realize, oh, it works one time. What do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna just say, oh, well, that's it. Well, I heard The View got canceled today, so after this, they're gonna be fucking bored. So
you can tell he's very angry about this, but this is the issue, is when you approach something from an angry point of view where you're just looking at it, you don't take into context everything that came down for it. Like, for example, Aspen probably should take some time to look into the policies that these companies had when they signed a contract with Valve. When it happened. Because Valve and Steam have been going on for a while now, and I'm sure they've had these contracts in place. So if you just did a little research, you probably find out they already had these policies in place. They just didn't know Valve and Steam were letting it happen, and the Karen group pointed them in the right direction. It sucks, but if it's already in their policies and not being changed, they're not really doing anything like violating freedom of expression by enforcing something they already had in a contract 10 years ago. Now, I could be wrong. If they change the policy on site because of the Karens, then yes, it's disgusting, and that is a violation of our freedom of speech and freedom of expression. But I don't have that kind of information. We don't know. We just don't.
So they're going to keep canceling and trying to bully these companies into doing even more things. And there's another not safe for work website. Oh, well, now there's another one. Oh, well, they shouldn't have to support porn. Yeah, they fucking should. The same as your internet provider should. The same as your electricity.
Asman has a thing for large-chested women. So maybe he doesn't want his OnlyFans to get banned? I don't know. I don't think he has OnlyFans. Nah, I kid. But seriously, we know what he likes because it'll occasionally leak into his stream.
The provider should, the same as your water provider should. Can you imagine if they decide to turn off your fucking water or your electricity because you're going to a porn website that they don't like? It's ridiculous. And so I think that we need to have a degree of accountability here. These companies enjoy a massive privilege in this market. They are effectively totally free to do whatever the fuck they want. And that is going to, unfortunately, negatively affect everybody else. And to be honest with you guys, how many of you know somebody who has credit card debt? It probably already has negatively affected people. And so anyway, my video, what I'm talking about right now, is that I think we need to spread more awareness to this. More people need to know about this, because if it doesn't stop here, it's going to keep going into politics. It's going to keep going into different worldviews. It's going to go into religious stuff. It's going to go into every single aspect that you can possibly imagine, because these companies are gun shy and they're afraid of any degree of pushback. So the best thing that you can do, by the way, is if there's ever an instance where people are trying to push for a payment processor to not do something, these companies are afraid of pushback and they're afraid of backlash. That's what they're fundamentally afraid of. So if you want to make it to where they don't do these things and they don't make these changes, you have to be louder than these screeching, banshee, harpy, siren Karens. That's what you have to.
The majority of us who just want to live our lives and keep it simple are the ones that are not speaking out. Now, how would we go about speaking out? You can post on Facebook, you can post on Twitter, but does that really get the job done? That brings awareness. No, the way to get the job done is to email your local government and whoever your representative is in that city, be they Democrat or Republican, whoever it is, and bring awareness to their eyes about this. This is where the real battle starts. This is where you want to get it done. Because once a state starts regulating it, other states start following suit. Let me give you a good example. COVID 2020. When COVID was starting to become a real thing, spreading around, and I'm a victim of COVID myself. I caught it 3 times. I was sick for 3 months because I had a pre-existing condition with asthma. My asthma came back in full force. I was well treated up until the point of 2020, and I had actually caught it in early December 2019. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. But let's get back to my point. COVID. Ohio was one of the first states, and the first state, to start implementing policies and systems in place to deal with COVID. The health businesses that will shut down, small businesses and other things. Now, everything they did wasn't perfect, but they were the first to take action. This is where it starts. The states need to take action because they're being brought to their attention by their constituents and informing their reps, hey, we don't like this. This is how it happens. You want to get something done, start at the state. Don't try to petition the federal government. Just don't. Do it state to state. Because if all states are following a similar trend, it's similar to the NFL, where it's a copycat league. You want to be a copycat state to the best of your ability in your laws and your setup. Copycat is what you want. However, I will tell you this, don't be Michigan. Michigan, the way they handled COVID was a clusterfuck. There's no other way to put it. It was a clusterfuck. But Ohio, they handled it well. They did well. And I still won't forget one time when I heard Trump saying, well, if I order the governors to give me their National Guards, they will, and I can activate them. Incorrect, because we had the governor here in Ohio literally state that they refused to do anything that the president would tell them. Because just like it is with the president has control over the armed forces, the governor has control over the National Guard. These are simple things that people need to understand. If you want to see something get done, petition your local government. Get regulations started at the state level. Start there. Don't do federal, do state. Get it there. Because what will happen is, once the states start doing these things in progressive directions, the federal government will catch on. And since the same people representing you in your state government represent you in the federal government, that's where it starts to work. That's when it starts to be okay to get federal involved. Because the states, if they feel like they've done enough, it won't even find its way to the federal government. And the majority of the people who would, from those state representatives who would bring it to the federal government's attention, trying to get something passed, would have to face down the states who, well, what we've already got working is working for us at the state level. Why do we need to federalize this? Because they'll push back. This is how you get a functioning running government. You got to get it started at the lowest point and build it up. But you get some groups who just don't do that, like the Karens who went straight to the car companies. And then you've got the federal government that is pretty much doing nothing. So, I mean, it takes them months just to pass one bill, which, if you go back to the early 2000s, it wasn't like that. It was not like that. Things were getting passed at a regulatory rate, which was good. And things were getting done and changes were happening. I mean, we haven't had a functioning federal government since Bill Clinton. And that's saying a lot. Because Bill Clinton did the one thing that I wanted a president to do. Focus on the national debt. And that was back during a functioning Republican and Democratic Party worked together to lower the national debt by billions. So, at this point, when you're looking at what he's saying and what I think should be done, I still think regulation should happen starting at the state level. Because if you can get states to regulate it, and they all have a collective system that is pretty much copycat, and it works, federal government will follow in suit. And sometimes they won't even have to do anything, because the states are already managing it.
You have to do that, and if you don't, they're going to be a lot louder than you are, and that's what's happened for the last 10 years. And luckily, now, especially in the past 3 years, the majority of the internet has basically said, "Ho's mad, too bad," and we've decided to ignore them. However, they have found, as I said, that one weak link, which is the payment processors.
All right, I want to be clear about this. He's referring to the ones who aren't doing anything. That he believes people that aren't speaking up need to speak up and put some action out there. All right, let me do this in the most delicate way I can. The people that are screaming at the top of their lungs, "I don't like this, take it down, it offends me, let me have my safe space," which is the entire world, instead of just their own privacy of their own home, are mentally deranged. They have mental issues. There's something wrong with these particular individuals when they go around telling everybody else they have to accept their problems as everyone else's problems, when it's not everyone else's problem. Our governments across the world have basically, with modernization, begun to empower people with mental illness to get to say and do whatever they want, and then we cater to that. We cater. And that's not good. That's not good. Now, I'm not stating people that have their mental illness under control. Because there are some people that don't seek treatment. There's others that do get treatment. But let me be clear. The majority of the people that are out there doing this kind of stuff are people with some kind of issue going on in their brain where they just don't understand why everyone else doesn't see it their way. There's no logic, there's no normalcy, and I want to be clear, normality is something that is determined by the majority. And at this point, we're accepting mental illness as a majority. So it interferes with our ability to function as a working government, and it basically impairs our ability to think straight. Because the rest of us just go quiet, we go deaf tone. I have actively tried to seek change quite a bit. The Convention of States is something that I've been active in. Now, I wouldn't say vocally active as in I'm making donations or I'm going to their events where they're gathering. No, I don't do that kind of stuff. I will actively view their websites. If they have policies or something that they say they would like to see happen, which one of them that I significantly agree with is the term limits on senator and congressman, 4 years, 2 terms, just like the president. And I agree with it. I'm willing to send emails or petitions to my representatives to push this through. And you'll find that a lot of people, even the representatives themselves, are agreeing with this. Now, I will say it's majority Republicans and conservatives that are agreeing with this, not people on the extreme left, sadly. And even the Democrats, no, they want nothing to do with this. Because, I mean, you're going to term limit me? I won't be able to make my millions. Look, I'm going to state this when it comes to the federal government and our representatives in office. The ones that have been there for life terms of 10 or 20 plus years are now doing it not because they care about you. They're doing it because they know if the government goes belly up, they have their investments and millions and will survive, while everyone else is doomed. That's the simplest logic I can provide you with. That is a doomsday scenario. If the country goes belly up, they know they're fine because they have all the money. That's the problem with life-serving terms of representatives and senators, congressmen, whatever we want to call them. They should not be doing 10 plus years of service in the federal government. Even at the state level, they need to be, as we've said, laws in place to regulate them. They want to regulate the presidency, they want to regulate the Supreme Court, but they don't want to regulate the Congress and the Senate. That's just not right, man. You can't keep increasing the amount of justices in the Supreme Court just because you want to get a majority, just to force something to be considered law. You don't want to keep regulating the president and keep restricting him, or you want to place even more restrictions, but you can't do anything about congressmen and senators. I mean, we're at a fundamental balancing point here. So, as far as I'm willing to accept, regulating them too, yes, but they need to be on term limits. That's the regulation I'm seeking.
And again, they are awful, they're terrible, but they are a symptom and not the disease. We have to look at these payment processors, how much of a monopoly and everything that they control inside.
I believe Asmon's take on the mentally deranged is that he's trying to protect their freedom of speech, even if it's, mentally deranged. And I get that. The freedom of expression, the freedom of speech, they should be protected. But he wants to cut out the avenues in which they can go out and do the crazy stuff that they do. Limit them. Prevent them from being able to push those kinds of narratives like they did with the card companies. And that is good. That is actually good. I agree with him on that.
Side of any online transaction, inside of anything that you're doing in terms of money, and are they using that position in some way that is beneficial for everybody? Is this something that subverts people's expression, or is it something that hurts it? Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? And so I wanted to make this video, and I wanted to talk to you guys about it, because I feel like nobody else is saying anything. A lot of people might not understand this issue, or they might think, oh, well, it's just a rape game or something like that. Here's where they should draw the line. Is it illegal? If it's illegal, then yeah, of course they shouldn't give it.
There's nuances to the illegal stuff, because there were some laws in the past that existed that were just absolutely barbaric. Nowadays, I'd say we have laws in place that are more logical. Some are still stupid, but they are logical. So, as far as I'm saying, he is right. Is it illegal? But again, that we get back to the crux of the issue. Where do you regulate it? Federal or state? I mean, someone's got to regulate it.
Service. If it is, then yes, they should absolutely have to. It should be the exact same as an electricity company, as a phone company, as a, internet company, as a water company, or anything else. The random, debanking and removal of payment processing for certain people for certain ideological means is a massive problem, and it helps no one. And so anyway, except for them, obviously, because it gives them the power to censor things and effectively tell people what they're allowed to see on the internet, and effectively subvert the will of the people by acting as a pseudo-government because they're able to control this very small link in the pipeline. And so anyway, that's why I'm talking to you guys about this. I want everybody to be aware of this, I want people to see it, and I want you to be vigilant, and I can guarantee you, this is the worst thing, I can guarantee you that it's going to get worse. Because people, I don't think that there is enough awareness about this yet. I don't think that there's enough people talking about this. And I don't think people really understand this issue because there are still people who are afraid to speak out about it because they don't want to be seen as defending incest games. I have no problem defending incest games. I think that's totally fine. You want to play a fucking anime incest game on Steam? Go ahead. That's okay. Nobody's getting hurt because guess what? It's not real. Imagine that. A video game doesn't hurt real people, and it doesn't actually exist. So why is it?
This goes back all the way to the 90s, where they claimed video games were responsible for increased violence in kids. Again, I'm going to state this as I've stated many times. This comes down to the parents. Police the children. Monitor your kids. Do not just throw them in front of something because you don't want to deal with them.
That it's being regulated, and why is it that people are being told what they can and can't see, especially through this third party that shouldn't even be making these decisions to begin with. You want to talk about the brand for Visa or MasterCard, the only time I fucking hear about these companies is whenever they're being called into Congress to explain why they're trying to extort some mother of four out of $250,000.
This just goes back to the Zuckerberg thing where he's literally looking at Congress like he's a robot. Like he's a confused robot. And the thing is, these guys come in front of Congress and the Senate and they speak. But after they put them on the chopping block, what do they actually do to them? Do they fine them? Do they ban them? Do they regulate them? No, they just come in there because they want to yell at them to create a political thing where they're mocking and insulting them. And for crying out loud, they brought conservatives in on a council group to talk about regulations in universities with leftist extreme professors indoctrinating kids into political views that they don't fully understand. I mean, this is why they're still kids, dude. It's why even at 18, when you're considered an adult, I mean, actually, 18 is no longer even considered to be an adult. Some states have changed their laws to push it up to 21 years of age. To drink, to gamble, to smoke. You could originally smoke at 18 and gamble at 18. Now you can't in some states because they pushed it up to 21 years of age. Because they're finding in research, and the reason why these laws get pushed up like this is because of longitudinal studies which show that indoctrinated kids can't think for themselves between ages 18 to 25. At some point, the regulation age is going to be 25. It really is for these kids. You will be considered a kid until you are 25. But again, we come back to the crux of the issue. What's going on in the schools with just a simple home economics class to teach these kids some responsibility? Where's the parents? I mean, it's always everyone else's fault but the parent. It's the school, it's the business. It's never anybody else's fault. Parents, you gotta take the time to just explain this to your kids. But I'm by no means an expert. I'm not a parent. I'm not a parent. I don't have kids. I already know I'd make a terrible father.
Because of compounding interest and debt. It's outrageous. They're disgusting parasites, and I hope more people realize it, and we can actually push and have a degree of regulation and control on these people, because they exist effectively. Again, guys, this is not a free market. Please do not say it's a free market. It is absolutely not a free market. The first thing the people who have control of a free market do, or have a majority share of a free market do, is they make sure that it's not free. And that's exactly what they've been doing, and that's exactly the problem. It's the fact that there are not a lot of other competitors. They do effectively control the entire market.
Visa and MasterCard have been around as long as I can remember. They do have a monopoly in that zone. And the concept of a free market is very nuanced. There's a direct meaning you can look at Google that explains it, but it's nuanced. Nuanced as in, what part of the market are you looking to get into? Where are you looking for? Because there's certain avenues within the free market, if you're an incredibly smart, business-minded, savvy individual who can invest properly, you've already entered the free market space and taken advantage of that opening that no one else saw. There have been tons of people over decades that have done that and made millions and billions. I wish I had been that intelligent. Sadly, I'm not. I wish.
And they can effectively use that to force their will onto everybody else. And that's exactly what's happened. So yes, Collective Shout is an annoying bunch of obnoxious, stupid Karens that nobody likes, probably not even themselves. That's why they're spending all day doing this. But, again, if you get rid of them, this is going to happen again.
If they parented, which I'm assuming this group is a bunch of concerned parents, if they actually police their kids, this wouldn't be an issue. Because here's the other problem. Parents think they have to parent other parents' kids. I know, that's a mouthful, a tongue twister. Parents have to parent other parents' kids. And it does happen. Where they have to be an indirect parent and think that they have to be an indirect parent to someone else who they think's not parenting. So here's a good example. These situations with these groups of parents and moms mainly getting together and discussing issues is they think that the parenting situation that they're in is better than what they think other people are doing. So they think they need to parent for those parents. And on some levels they do. On some levels, because other parents aren't parenting, they think they need to parent. So they do. And that's where groups like this come into creation. It's just these small groups that become bigger and bigger because they develop a strict, I need to parent your parent because they're not parenting that kid. And it's a tongue twister in itself.
The real problem is the payment processors and the lack of regulation and accountability for what they're doing. So I don't really like this, oh, we can have their cake, you can have your cake and eat it too. Where
there was a funny thing with cake that a guy did. The guy who did Cash Cab became a comedian. You should see his bit on I can have my cake and eat it too. It's hilarious.
oh, well, these people, they don't get regulated at all, but they can regulate everybody else and decide whatever, whatever they accept and whatever they don't accept. This is not something as simple as, oh, well, baking a cake or whatever. This is a categorical rule that companies that have a complete monopoly inside of a market are exercising collectively. When companies act collectively and they behave in one specific way that is not, again, in accordance with the law, they are making their own laws and they are not behaving as in a free market. They are acting like a cartel. They're colluding, and more people need to know about it. And in my opinion, I think there needs to be laws against it. I wanted to make this video and talk to you guys about it because I think not enough people know. But now you know. Visa and MasterCard can suck a fucking dick, and anybody that supports them is already a dick sucker, so I don't need to say.
I'm hoping he doesn't mean people that support them that use their services. Because it's hard for me to believe Asmongold, who's a millionaire, mind you, doesn't have a bank account with a debit card. And that debit card is linked to either Visa or MasterCard. So I hope he's not insulting us, cardholders, who use debit cards through our banks. But, I mean, I'd be hurt if he was. I'd be her. Not really, but seriously, I don't think people who support them indirectly are responsible. But if you're supporting them directly, that's a problem.
Say that. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Go ahead and I had to take my dad to a fucking cancer appointment today. And so I was busy, which, by the way, oh my god. Just before I end the video, wow, no wonder they haven't cured cancer yet. This is the nicest fucking building I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, I've been in Hilton hotels that are less classy than this cancer facility. Oh my god, they're never curing that shit. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. But anyway, that's...
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring up a drastic argument real quick. The idea that cancer and other diseases aren't being cured because it would prevent the pharmacies from making money if they were cured is very incorrect. Very incorrect. There is a doctor called... there's a doctor on YouTube that you can watch. He is, I believe it's Dr. Mike. Let me see here. Yeah, Dr. Mike. Watch some of his videos on the idea that pharmaceutical companies are not going to make any money because of a cure, when that's not true. Pharmaceutical companies don't focus on developing cures. They focus on treating symptoms. That's just what they are existing for. They exist to help treat symptoms, while larger CDC and other federally run programs focus on curing the disease, or universities. Pharmaceuticals don't do that. That's why some people have to learn their lesson when they develop a product and then they try to sell it and market it. And the first place they go is the pharmaceutical companies. And this pharmaceutical company will look at it and go, yeah, we're going to shelve that. We'll buy it from you, but we're going to shelve it. Because they won't make any money off that. Because you're curing a problem and not treating the symptom. Pharmaceuticals like to treat symptoms. They are not responsible for cures or vaccines in place that are stopping the overall disease because they didn't develop it. They were part of a group that did join the development team, but there's doctors who are behind that in hospitals, universities, things like that. That's how I view it. I could be wrong. Like I said, I'll admit if I'm wrong, but I don't think pharmaceutical companies are preventing the cure for cancer. I don't see it that way. All right, well, that was Asmongold's video. His dad has been going in and out of the hospital from what I understand. Bit of a hard time for him, I'm sure. But time to move on. All right, next we got... He's more implicated than we thought. Okay. I've been reluctant to get involved into this because I'm not a big fan of talk when it comes to PDF. So when we're talking about PDF and then Epstein files, I tend to dodge this as best I can because the level of disgust I have and the fact that my mind will start to wander into what's happening to some kid across the world that we don't know about right now because of some disgusting human being is not something I want to have in the back of my mind throughout the day. Just like today when I found a hornet's nest or yellow jackets, I'm not sure because I didn't get a good look at them, but there was a bee nest up above my garage that I didn't see that had been apparently building there for the last 4 days. So I put on a rain poncho, socked it up, gloved it up, sealed myself up, put on goggles, covered my face, went out there and sprayed it. Of course, they're still there, so I've got to go back out and spray it tomorrow, but I'm going to spray it till it comes down. And I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you right now, I hate bugs with stingers. Like, seriously, why are you going to sting me, man? But the videos like this, I try to steer clear of. I'm not a big fan of the PDF stuff and the Epstein files because there's a lot going on around about that, and because I get the anxiety in my head where I'm thinking about some kid somewhere that I can't help going through something that traumatizing. It's not something you want to think about. I'm one of those types that if it's something I don't really like or want to deal with, I'm the classic out of sight, out of mind. But it's only on two things. Bees, as long as I don't see them, they're out of sight, out of mind. And the PDF stuff, out of sight, out of mind. But other stuff, no, I don't do that.
The president is far more implicated in the Epstein files than we previously thought. This is according to a Wall Street Journal article. The Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's old news. We knew he was in the flight logs. We knew he was in these phone records, but that's not what we're talking about. Those were already public. Jeffrey's Black Book, that was already out there. This is a new review of documents that we're talking about. We're going to go through all of it, and we're going to start with Trump actually being asked directly if he was told by his attorney general whether he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and he says, no.
Did she tell you at all that your name up?
Okay, so Trump Epstein files. The current rhetoric is that he has been unwilling to release them because they implicate certain names in there. Well, if there's nothing to be worried about, then just release them. I mean, I don't see the big hubbub here. Just release them. But Trump said he would, then he didn't. Said he would, then he didn't. Did it 4 times. The guy is the biggest meme troll president we've ever had. Like, he lives and breathes troll.
Appeared in the
No,
file.
she's given us just a very quick briefing.
So there we have Trump denying being told that his name was in the Epstein files, but a lot of people were wondering, well, then why are you acting so weird with these files?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. They were made up by Obama.
Luckily, we unearthed an interview where Trump...
I swear, the man will say some of the craziest crap and still do things you find hilarious. Oh, man. Have you ever seen how he stands, too? Look up images of Trump standing, and you'll see how far he leans forward. It's a condition. There's a brain condition, I think, that causes people to lean super forward.
actually hints to the fact that he was in fact told that he was in the Epstein files and that it was all fake stuff.
They've been running these files, and so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
Now that file review is gonna be separate from what we talked about with the flight logs, the black book, things like that. According to the Wall Street Journal, when the Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. So, if you remember phase one, right? Phase one was a big scandal because Pam Bondi released these files, but it turned out that these files were an incomplete list of mostly already released stuff. So what did she actually release? Well, she released the flight log and she released the contact book. Then what happened? Well, Pam Bondi
Even if it's released and I see that, it's the whole redacted crap that I can't get over. Just, if there's nothing to hide, just release it.
embarrassed, reached out to Kash Patel and said, hey, I need a bunch of new files. This is not enough. Give us more. She went on Fox News, started talking about, oh, I've got this truckload of documents that is separate from the flight log, from the black book, that we're gonna review and release to the American public.
Looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names, and we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? Yeah. So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived.
Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim, but you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
So there we clearly...
I want to be clear, I'm not a big fan of when I hear newscasters say the American people want to know. America wants to know. No, no, no. To say that is to say all of us want to know. Some of us stopped caring. I'm not sure what would be a better way to put it. The American people, America deserves to know. Whoever they're implicitly trying to say needs to know. I'm not one of them. Let's put it like that.
see, there were two separate reviews that happened. First, there's the disclosure in phase 1 of kind of the stuff everyone knew. And then Pam Bondi goes, oh, we got a truckload of new documents. We're going to review those and release those. And that's the review that flagged a bunch of times that Donald Trump's name appeared in here. And that's when they changed their story. Why is this a big deal? Previously, the appearance in the flight logs and the Black Book were the only appearances we really had of the president. There was really nothing else related to Trump there. It's also notable because Senator Dick Durbin said that the FBI was explicitly instructed to flag Trump's name if it came up in the files.
Attorney General's pressure on FBI to quickly review and produce more Epstein documents as promised. These officials were told to, quote, flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned.
Right. They had a new review where thousands of FBI agents combed through these things, flagging the president's name anywhere it appeared in this truckload of new documents. And that is what we're talking about here. These are new revelations, new pieces of evidence about our president's possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, what are these files? That's what we all want to know, right? Unfortunately, it's being heavily covered up and heavily blocked. Obviously, one answer is the Wall Street Journal's prior reporting on this letter that Trump supposedly, allegedly wrote to Epstein, which talks about a secret that they both share. It's worth noting that the president said he was going to and then did sue the Wall Street Journal over this. He's seeking $10 billion about this. But the most
Wow. He even trolls with suits because that would be the most expensive suit in history. And the thing is, he'll never get that kind of money because every state has a limit on how much you can be granted in terms of damages. There's states with higher amounts, but I don't think any even come close to that level. $10 billion. I mean, wow. Just wow.
Interesting thing about this case is that the Wall Street Journal, its original claim was that this birthday book letter was all in the DOJ's possession earlier, meaning it would have been part of this truckload of new evidence unless it was destroyed. And so one of the best ways to disprove or prove the existence of this thing would just be opening up the Epstein files, which is part of the reason it's so sketchy that they're not doing it. If you're saying that this reporting is false, if you're saying that this...
I wonder if the suit that President Donald Trump is suing for includes those files, and because it's going to be part of the suit and evidence, it won't be released publicly until after the suit. Huh. That might be the case. That sometimes does happen, where clients are instructed not to do anything that might damage their case.
Birthday book did not exist, then why not just release the files where this birthday letter was supposedly contained? In fact, in this story, we actually have breaking news. Epstein's victim's lawyer now says that the estate of Epstein are actually in possession of this birthday book containing Trump's letter and would be willing to turn it over to authorities. So we'll have to see where that goes.
Possession of that birthday book.
The executors of this estate are in possession of that book.
So already, if true, not only is that a kill shot to this lawsuit, it also proves that there's new mentions of our president in the Epstein files, which are now being covered up. Another big part of this cover-up story has been our government literally shutting down early to avoid a vote on the release of the Epstein files. This is because there were a bunch of representatives ready to vote actually in a bipartisan way on the release of the Epstein files. And a lot of Republicans had splintered off from the party line of not releasing it, backing the president. Speaker Mike Johnson, because he was fearing this, announced he was cutting short the week's legislative business and sending the House home early for the summer to avoid having to hold votes on releasing the files. I can't think of something more sick than stonewalling the release of files related to a trafficker to try to protect the people implicated in it. I can't think of something more disgusting, except for the hypocrisy that it also represents, because previously, the same guy went on Benny Johnson's show, a conservative commentator, and said he was totally open to releasing the files and would vote on it.
Subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support either of those.
I'm for transparency. We're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well. And we should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
Right. We should trust the American people until it's time to release it and actually vote on it, and then you shut everything down early to avoid it. Now, later, Mike Johnson came out and said he doesn't want to be lectured on transparency by the Democrats who didn't release the files when they were in power. And you see a similar line coming from the White House about this.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an suggestion for any Democrat to make.
Now, to this, I just have to say, yeah.
Okay. I want to give you guys some broad spectrum on Democrats. During mass shootings, when they're still active, but when they were being over and over and getting really bad a few years back, there was a set of Democrats who got on the news discussing guns as if they were experts on it. And they're talking about a gun with a bullet that is the size of a pencil fitting into an AK. It just goes to show you that Democrats and Republicans don't have all the knowledge. They don't know everything. And considering that the Democrats that they interviewed were 70-year-old plus women, lifetime serving Democrats makes it worse. It just does. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that they should not release the files. They should. It was the whole cornerstone of Trump's campaign was to release it. It was majority probably why he got most of the votes he did. I don't really think that the Epstein files being the cornerstone of his campaign run was the reason why he got elected. The 2 assassination attempts, the first one being the biggest, were the main reasons why, to me, why he got elected. And popular vote would show that.
Yeah, they're scoring political points now, saying release the files, just like you guys scored political points when you were the party that wasn't in power.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
But the people who actually care about this issue, we just want the files out. So you know an easy way you can prevent having the other side score political points by saying, hey, release the files. You can actually do it.
I think, and again, I'm probably going to be wrong, but I think they're going to release the files in increments, is what I'm thinking. There's probably going to be a phase out, and they're going to do it over a period of several months, and it will happen, but we'll have to see. But they'll probably just do that. It'll be a phase out, not all at once, but in increments, and then they'll be the talk of the town for a while.
Instead, we have a bunch of performative stuff like this from AG Pam Bondi and the president, where right after the reporting on the birthday letter about Trump and Epstein's supposed secret, all of a sudden, like a snap, Pam Bondi comes out and goes, oh, we gotta unseal the grand jury transcripts, despite knowing that there's almost zero chance of that happening. And of course, today we find out that it was denied because they had literally no grounds to do it. It's like not something courts do for a public interest. In fact, the irony of that whole stunt to pretend to be transparent was that the Epstein survivors, which supposedly these people care about so much, were not told, they were not informed that this grand jury information was going to be unsealed. So ironically, despite saying that they want to protect the survivors of Epstein, what they really want to protect are the third parties implicated in all of this, which is why they won't release the Epstein files they could release right now, which is all in their possession, these thousands of documents that they have. In fact, the attempts to distract from the real issue of the Epstein files not being released, the cover-up that's clearly happening, it's actually been breathtaking. In fact, it compelled Trump to release 230,000 pages of documents on MLK's assassination, which I guess is fine, but like, can you release the conspiracy now? Why are all the conspiracies revealed decades later when we can't hold anyone accountable? But at the
I want to be clear. 230,000 pages? Really? Is it really got to be that many? Why are some of these documents that they release got thousands and thousands of pages? Is there a job out there I don't know about that the more pages and longer you make something, the more money you make? Am I missing something? Because this documentation and these thousands of pages are just getting out of hand.
The time the conspiracies may be happening, all of a sudden it's, oh, well, no, we can't possibly do that. Now, there's another performative thing you should be aware of, and that's the meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell that's supposedly going to happen. The Department of Justice now says they're going to actually talk to Ghislaine directly. Quote, I have communicated with the counsel for Miss Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. This is confirmed by Maxwell's attorney, who says, I can confirm we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. Why is this deeply concerning? Because the idea had been floated that there would be a public testimony to Congress under oath by Maxwell. But this is not that. This is...
I want to make this clear. Just because you're under oath in front of a public screening by Republicans and Democrats does not mean you're going to be honest. They're not. So many people will never be honest about it. And all it is just a attack on you publicly, and after you go away, it goes away. I've never seen any of the people who got interviewed by Congress like this get any kind of repercussions other than public shame. Oh, public shame, and then people forget about it, or people meme it. I mean, I just don't see the point. A full interview on a hearing with Congress utilizing that person in a witness, I mean, come on. They're not being judged or being prosecuted. Put it in front of an actual judge if you think something's been malpracticed or done. Seriously, Congress hearings are such a waste of time. They're nothing more than public spectacles to distract, like the old gladiators that Greece used to use to distract the citizens from their problems.
This is a private meeting with the same people who have been sweeping this issue under the rug the entire time. And what is Ghislaine really focusing on? What is she actually trying to get? She's trying to get immunity. We already know she's trying to get the president's attention and say, hey, you guys kind of screwed me. You wouldn't want to be seen as, not being a man of your word. We've seen those like vaguely threatening public statements by Maxwell. So what exactly are they going to get out of this? She's totally incentivized to clear everyone from this administration rather than get the truth out. Now, I should say we actually have inside information on this because recently a bunch of world leaders have been meeting with not journalists, but get this, podcasters to talk about the world affairs of the day. Podcaster Tim Dillon talks about his dinner with what turns out to later be J.D. Vance and some other people where they discussed the affairs of Epstein and stuff like that. And he floats the idea of Maxwell testifying.
Ghislaine must speak. She should testify before Congress. A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people. They said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it.
So
sounds like she wants immunity before she speaks. As if something might incriminate her.
Administration appears to have told Tim Dillon in a private meeting that, yeah, we really don't love the idea of her testifying, but apparently they love the idea of meeting her privately to talk to her behind closed doors where we can't know what is said.
I forget what they call that in a setting where you're a judge and you do a behind the doors meeting with a client. What the heck's it called? Ex parte.
Speaking to the only person who's ever been punished at all for Epstein's crimes and whose only incentive is to herself get immunity and get off the hook for all of this. So I obviously think this is a terrible idea. I think it's more of the same cover up. Until they release these files, they're finished. And interestingly, Tim Dillon, the guy at this dinner with the administration, actually said as much.
I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have.
Yeah, of course. Doesn't take a political analyst to tell you you need to release the files. But of course, that seems to be the one thing they refuse to do. They'll do anything. They'll release MLK files. They'll probably tell you their aliens exist just to avoid releasing the Epstein files. And that is the actually most incriminating part of all of this. It has been the reaction, not the files themselves, that has made this look so bad.
Yeah, this also sounds like a lot like the pirate software situation too, where it's culpable deniability and refusing to acknowledge you're wrong. kind of a similar parallel.
The unhinged response to just simple demands for following up on their word, saying they were going to release the Epstein files, then it's, oh, we looked, we found the president's name a bunch, and now we're not going to show you what's in there. That makes us all assume the worst about what's actually in here. So ultimately, look, I just believe we should get transparency. Obviously, there's a lot we don't know here, but a lot that has also been coming out, and it all paints a much darker picture than we previously knew.
Well, glad I finally got that out of the way. I kind of got pestered to, why aren't you discussing Epstein files on your live stream? I'm like, I'm not a big fan of the PDF stuff. I'm just not. And anything surrounding it. Out of sight, out of mind. Just like with bees. If I don't see them, they don't exist. Okay, we have got some news involving the Ukrainian and Russian war, or as Russia likes to call it, their 3-day special operation that is getting close to the 4-year mark, because it's been going on 3 years now. So,
All right, good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another short war video. And today it's getting absolutely crazy between the United States and Russia, and things are escalating very, very.
Oh yeah, Trump, he reduced the 50 days to 2 weeks now, telling Vladimir Putin to come to the table and sue for peace. Now, the whole point of this show of force, in as silly as it is to make Russia realize that once those 16 Patriot systems are sent to Ukraine, the jig is up. It's over. Because if 2 Patriot systems can render the Air Force of Russia so inept and incapable, and we're talking 50-plus-year-old systems, then what's going to happen when we add 16 more? I mean, the sheer culpability for Ukraine here is, once we get those Patriot systems, Russia is in mega trouble. They're not going to get any air defense out there. Nothing. And they're barely getting by with what they got. So, we'll see what happens.
Very quickly, and starting off with our biggest news of the day, a Russian drone has invaded Lithuanian airspace this morning near the
Okay, to be clear, invaded is a drastic statement. There were 2 videos of drones, so don't take invaded. That is a really, really drastic thing to say. They were not invaded. They crossed their airspace and violated that airspace. That's it. One drone crashed. I don't know what happened to the other. But it is a provocation from Russia. Now, I find it interesting that Russia will go over Lithuania with a drone. It'll go over Ukraine with a bunch of them. But it's too much of a pussy to go over Poland. Like, they are avoiding Poland like the plague. And there's a reason for that, our little European Texas.
Capital of Vilnius, causing Lithuania to declare an emergency. And not only has Lithuania's territory been violated, but now Estonia has announced a Russian vessel also violated its maritime borders and has now summoned the Russian ambassador to protest. Meanwhile,
is Russia creating provocation? Yes. By doing this, it's also a possibility they have this thing called the red line, where Russia will continually just try to keep pushing, see how far they can go. Because there's a main reason why they went through Lithuania from Belarus. They want to try to get up and behind Ukraine. That's what they're trying to see. They're trying to see, will Lithuania stop us from getting up and behind Ukraine? But the problem is, the border where it comes along, where they can try to get behind, is along Poland. And Poland, nah. They ain't going to tolerate jack diddly squat from Russia doing something like that. So, at the moment we see any kind of violation of the airspace by Russia into Poland and violating Poland's sovereignty, oh boy, Poland's going to just foam at the mouth. They are a dog staring at a treat drooling at the mouth, waiting, just waiting, because that's how badly they want to go after Russia. They spent $15 billion to purchase equipment from Germany, the UK, the United States, and South Korea, and some equipment from Japan, to arm up under the pretense of Russian aggression along their border. And they're not wrong. They have every right to. Poland got ran over in 2 world wars. If you're a country that has been bowled over that many times in a 100-year period, and if you go back even a few 100 years before that, Russia was doing stuff to them, so was Germany. They were always stuck on a 2-front war. They have had enough. Poland has literally stated, we are a speed bump with teeth. They're no longer going to sit on the sidelines. They're no longer going to deal with this crap. That's why they spent so much money on arming themselves up, and probably are the most heavily armored and equipped country in all of the European Union and member of NATO. They bought a lot. And they're just trying to protect themselves. And I don't blame them. I do not blame Poland one bit. When you are a country that has been bowled over in 2 world wars, continuously lost territory, been constantly bullied, and you've just like, you know what? I'm a member of NATO. I've got funds that I have never spent. And I've got the United States and the UK and Germany and South Korea. Especially South Korea and the United States is where they spent the most money on Abrams tanks, air defense systems, the F-35 program, and purchasing a lot of South Korea's radar systems and tanks. They're not going to sit back and allow it anymore. They're just not. And you can hardly blame a country who's been that beaten up for not finally deciding to go, oh, yeah, no more. Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Meanwhile, the US president has announced he will no longer wait for Putin to end the Ukraine war and has given Putin a 10-day ultimatum or else, and this has caused the Russian stock market to plummet, and now Dmitry Medvedev is directly threatening the United States.
A lot of people think Trump is an idiot sometimes, and he is, but there are times he is a genius. He knows what certain actions are going to hit Russia and hurt them the most. And Putin will continually act like nothing's wrong, but the interior is probably pretty bad. Now, I don't live in Russia, so I don't know the state of what they're seeing, what they're viewing, what's going on. But I will tell you this, just from the outside looking in, it's not looking good. It isn't. Russia is in a difficult spot. Putin, for me, should just pull out. Just stop with this war, stop sacrificing your citizens, and just pull out.
In response, as tensions boil over, and we also have news of a possible ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia, and also news about
Thailand and Cambodia. I heard about that, some small war going on up there, or something happened. I mean, Pakistan and India went at it and blew their jets out of the sky. Some countries are doing a little bit more than just redlining or probing. They're going straight in.
Iran's nuclear program. But today, the news is really popping off in Ukraine heavily, and things are escalating dramatically, and it looks like the stage is being set for a very large escalation. But moving into our first post here, this one goes to War Translated, and we can see right here that LRT reports that a drone of unknown type entered Lithuanian airspace, likely from Belarus, and it was spotted near Vilnius at the altitude of around 200 meters, and this is the second such incident in July, and in the previous case, the drone was identified as a Russian Geran drone. So this is the second time it's happened in a month, which makes us less likely that it was an accident. So let's take a
Well, it's definitely not. Russia does this all the time. They probe, they poke, they see how far they can take it, and their goal is to get another country to do something back to them. So they have just cause. But when they're the ones violating the airspace, the just cause was them doing it and the other country reacting. So, to put things in perspective, from what I can tell, Russia's just probing. They're probing and poking, see how far they can go. I believe they want a back area into Ukraine. I think that's what they want. They know they can't get it along Belarus because Poland is way, way too trigger happy right now. And they know if they try to find a way in from behind, it's just, Poland's not going to tolerate it. And even if they do come in from the side of Belarus, it won't make a difference because they're still being forced to fight on a line where Ukraine's well familiar and knows that they have the potential for invading. So the only obvious area that Russia can strike from that they're hoping is to go along Lithuania, try to find an opening along the border, and they're trying to poke and prod to see where and when they can get through in order to strike. They want a back entrance into Ukraine. There's no question. And the only way is along Poland's border, and that's definitely not going to happen.
Look at our footage here and see the drone literally flying right over near the capital of Lithuania, right near this airspace. Let's take a look. So there you see it. There's that drone.
Every time I hear these drones, they sound like really long farts that just keep going.
Flying right there over Lithuanian airspace, and once again, this is right outside the capital of Vilnius, so this is not some random airspace. This is literally right outside of Lithuania's capital, and there's another drone flying over right there that is obviously an enemy drone right in their territory. The second time it's happened this month, and that is very disturbing to see once again, because in my opinion, it looks like Russia might be probing the Lithuanian airspace defenses and seeing what the response will be to an incursion just like this one. So very disturbing footage once again, and the second time it's happened.
Second time it's happened. I think there's 3. Isn't there? Or was it just the 2? Might be.
In just a month. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Anton Jeroshenko, and we also have another angle of this drone coming in and flying right over near Vilnius, Lithuania, and this photo right here, this video actually, is showing us apparently a resident right near the capital filming this from either his driveway or a sidewalk, just showing you how close this was to civilians and how dangerous this situation truly was. So let's take a look. So there it goes right there, this guy filming from his driveway.
It's not that dangerous unless Russia's planning to drop a bomb somewhere. The idea that they're probing is true, but I'm not sure to what end, because I still think they're just trying to find a backyard into Ukraine. And they know they can't get along there because Poland's going to blow them out of the sky. They've already done that once.
And you hear the guy's clearly shocked. He was not expecting to see a Russian drone flying over a NATO country like this, and nobody really was. But as you can see in this video right here, there was actually right there in the very end part of the video, you can see there's a street lamp, you can see the trees in the background, and clearly this guy's standing in a populated area. This is not some random place out in a farm field or something. This is right here on the outskirts of Vilnius. So absolutely insane to see that. This drone right here, if it's truly off course, apparently made no effort to course correct whatsoever. So not good, and there's more evidence of it flying right over and being filmed by civilians just going about their daily business. So moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Polymarket Intel, and we also see here that Darius Buta, a spokesperson for Lithuania's National Crisis Management Center, stated that he's trying to currently determine its current location of the drone and where it might have fallen. So right now, information about where the drone actually crashed is very sparse, but it sounds like from the statement here from the spokesperson from Lithuania that the drone did indeed crash somewhere outside of Vilnius, and of course, we're not really sure how it ended up that way, nor how did it get there. Nobody's really sure about much of anything right now, but the one thing is clear though, the drone, a Russian drone, apparently flying through Belarusian airspace, entered into a NATO country's airspace for the second time in a month, and of course, that is an incident which can't just be ignored. So very serious once again. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to Nexta, and not only is Lithuania having a problem this morning with Russia, but now Estonia is also having a problem as well, this time involving a Russian ship violating a maritime border. And we can see right here, Estonia delivers a formal protest note to Russia over a border violation, and Estonia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs summoned the Russian ambassador to express an official protest and hand over a diplomatic note, and the reason is because a Russian border patrol vessel violated Estonia's maritime border. So there is the vessel right here in this photo. Now, one thing you might be noticing,
to be clear, I don't think this is anything special, just to me. Again, Russia redlining, trying to poke and prod to see what they'll do. But let's be clear, even if they're just violating the space, their goal is to try to see will they launch on them, so they have an excuse to do something. But Russia can't fight multiple fronts. They just don't have the equipment anymore, the numbers. They can't even push a few miles into Ukraine to keep it. So they're definitely not going to be threatening other countries at this point in time. It's just a lot of empty threats and a lot of, we're going to nuke you if you do this, we're going to nuke you if you do that, and they don't do it. Not to mention, what we believe to be 5,000 active nuclear missiles potentially in Russia, most likely you could knock that number in half. Because, based on reports, they've been maintaining the missiles, and they have not been maintaining the fuel. They've been putting water in their missiles, water in their nuclear missiles. China's been doing it too. Good Lord.
Here is there is a pattern developing. All these drone incursions into NATO Baltic state airspace, that's very disturbing. Also, we're seeing here multiple different vessel violations of the maritime border as well, and it does seem like this is likely intentional to send a message to the Baltic states and try to intimidate them, because I really doubt that all these different instances are simply mere coincidence. It seems like a concerted effort, at least in my opinion, and that's only the logical conclusion that we can come from out of all this information. So that is very disturbing. Now, of course, they are doing this right now, and it comes at a time where the U.S. is currently ramping up the pressure on Vladimir Putin to end the war as well. But moving on to our next post here, this one's going to go to Null Reports, and also last night.
The problem with the Russian war is that they can't ramp up any more than they have. They are using standard World War II tactics that don't work in modernized warfare. They should have seen proof of that when the United States, the UK, and a bunch of NATO countries invaded Iraq. This doesn't work.
We did see that Russia launched a drone attack on Ukraine, and as a result of that, Poland had to scramble their fighter jets to make sure that none of these drones were going to go into Polish airspace, and apparently they scrambled a bunch of F-16s and sent them up to patrol around their airspace to make sure those drones wouldn't come in. And according to the Polish Armed Forces Operational Command, air defense and radar systems were placed on high alert, and also measures were taken to ensure the security in regions bordering the threat zone.
Poland, little European Texas.
So here is the post right here from the Polish.
Oh, and what makes them even more like little European Texas? They found oil in their country, and they're offering trade to the United States. In Texas, they're like, this little European Texas thing is starting to become more obvious.
Air Force, and you can see this is rather routine these days, but once again, just proving that these countries in NATO that border up to this area where the fighting is currently taking place with Ukraine are very concerned about their airspace integrity and also their border integrity, because it looks like Russia is starting to make a concerted effort to move toward violating NATO airspace. So not good. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Disclose TV. And after all of that news we just heard, we have a bombshell report today out of the United States that the U.S. president has set a new deadline for Putin to 10 or 12 days from today, because the U.S. president says we just don't see any progress being made with the...
You're not going to. This is what Russia always does. It's what other countries that face off against NATO and the U.S. do. They will wait until the last second to come to the table. That's just what they do. And like I said, it's a constant deterrent situation where you redline and they keep pushing that red line further and further, and Russia's not going to stop until they're forced to stop. Because Putin, he does not care about the lives that are being lost. The idea that he does, he wouldn't have instigated this whole situation. Look, I'm not saying the West isn't responsible too. When they kept trying to westernize Ukraine, Russia and Putin felt like they were being threatened. So that escalated the situation further. So to show that they weren't going to tolerate it, they invaded. So one side did one thing, another side reacted, did another, and then now we have a almost 4 year long war going on.
The Russians and the United States negotiating to end the Ukraine war. So this is a major development, and this can't be understated. This is a very welcome change right now, because previously the deadline was about 50 days for Russia, and a lot of people argued that's going to give Russia plenty of time to hurt more civilians, and why are we giving them so much leeway when they could have ended the war before? But now we can see the president is backing off and changing it to the 10 or 12 day deadline, which is a much more, I guess you could say, effective and appropriate deadline, and that gives Russia some pressure there to respond quickly or let us know exactly where they stand without giving them time to hurt more civilians. So that is a very big change right there. But learning more about that change here in our next post, this one goes to Anton Gerashenko, and we did hear also from the U.S. president that he said that the U.S. is going to do secondary sanctions on Russia unless we make a deal, and we might make a deal, but the president isn't very sure about that, and Putin's got to make a deal based on common sense, and you'd think he'd want to make a deal, and we'll find out. So of course, it looks like Putin is not really willing to make a deal because he's not
The sanctions haven't worked so far in stopping it. They have worked in crippling their economy, but they're just not working in getting Putin to just come to the table. Because every time they've had attempted peace negotiation, you get Russia violating the ceasefire or Russia putting outrageous demands into the documentation. And if not any one of those demands is met, they just walk out the room. It's happened 3 times now.
Not willing to talk in fairness, nor is he willing to talk to actually end the situation. So I would say the situation is pretty much wrapped up at this point. It looks like the 10 or 12 days is just one more effort to maybe see if there is some hope here, but I think the hope is pretty much faded away a long time ago when it comes to dealing with Putin. So we're seeing here the possibility of secondary sanctions, very massive sanctions on Russia, unless they make a deal by that 10-day deadline. So a very big change indeed. But as a result of that, we have seen some crazy responses coming out of Russia. Russia is not reacting good to that whatsoever. They're going off the rails right now because we are hearing from Dmitry Medvedev, who's the lunatic that lives in Russia, that happens to be very close to Vladimir Putin. He is now publicly threatening the United States, and clicking on his post right here, this is what Medvedev said literally 10 minutes ago before I started making this video. Medvedev put out on Twitter that the US president is playing the ultimatum game with Russia, 50 days or 10, and he should remember 2 things. Russia isn't Israel or even Iran, and each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, and not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. They're directly threatening the United States with.
All right, so now we reach the crux. How do I view the United States versus Russia? If you take nuclear arms out of the picture, the United States beats Russia in every category. The only thing Russia has is size of country and the ability to hide in many places while we're busy destroying their stuff. I want to be clear. Russia does not have the capability to go toe-to-toe with the United States other than in nuclear arms. That's it. From every point that I've seen, every video for the last 3.5 years that I've been watching the news on this whole thing, Russia, once regarded as the world's second strongest army, they were also referred to as the second largest army with the most active soldiers and active personnel. But they were also referred to as the second strongest. But since the Ukraine war has started, it is clear Russia still thinks that they're in a World War II situation where meat shields, tons of bodies thrown at it, and heavy armaments and fire is what's going to win it. No, you are in modern warfare. Modern warfare is all about logistics, logistics, logistics. Logistics are going to be the thing that will determine the outcome of a war. How capable is your country at maintaining its personnel, maintaining its equipment, making sure those soldiers are well supplied across enemy lines when they're going out there? And as we have seen, Russia's logistics is completely corrupt and just broken. They don't have capable commanders, capable officers, completely untrained soldiers. And one thing Ukraine has over Russia, means and will. The will to survive and the means to do it. And Ukraine is fighting for survival. So what happens when you face a country that has both the will and the desire to survive? They're not going to back down. They're not going to quit. They're going to fight. And as we've seen, for a country like Russia, they have been completely and totally inept. I mean, for one thing, the first mistake I saw right when this whole war started was when Russia lined up its forces along the border. This isn't World War II. This is modern warfare. It's about precision strikes with stealth. Russia was like acting like they were the warriors of like honorable fighting by being on the front lines and saying, we're right here. Dude, you literally gave away your position. So there was no chance.
war, by the way, and he said don't go down a certain road of a previous politician. So Medvedev is off his rocker right now, and he is going berserk, and obviously he's very upset by this whole new deadline that's been set, and he is clearly going off the rails. And the reason why Medvedev's statement here is very crucial is because a lot of people speculate that Medvedev is basically Putin's anger translator, so the things that Putin is scared to say in the public, he sends out this crazy guy, Medvedev, to go say it instead. And in my opinion, this sounds very, very specific right here, and it sounds like something that Putin would be saying in private, but is probably scared to say in the public. So we might be hearing a major escalation from Putin's mouth directly very soon, but we are seeing that Medvedev is clearly going off the deep end. So with that, moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Nexta, and this might explain why Medvedev is so scared and freaking out right now. The Russian stock market...
Again, every time Trump has announced new tariffs, sanctions, or anything, something in the economy gets affected. And this is just another prime example. As much of an idiot as Trump can be, there are times when he is the smartest man in the room. And he knows it. But that's only at times. It's not all the time. He gets like that. He's like that 99.9% and that 0.01 with the potential to, oh, okay, yeah, that'll work.
Today is tumbled by nearly 1% in total following the U.S. president's statements. And as you can see right here, look at that. I mean, that's a huge drop right there. It's a 1%, but a 1% right now for Russia, that is something they can't afford because they're already struggling in the gutter. And this right here is...
Oh, Russia's definitely struggling. When Ukraine launched the drone attacks directly into Moscow and hit infrastructure, electric, oil places, ammunition depots, they had to shut down the majority of the flights for tourism coming in and out of Moscow and other places across the country just to prevent potential citizens being harmed. Because Ukraine has been very precise with where they're trying to hit. Ukraine is trying to hit major infrastructure to slow down Russia's ability to produce equipment and utilize it. And the bottom line is, it's working. It's working. Their economy's getting hit. They've had no success. They've gone through countless generals, commanders. They've been unable to maintain ground after they take ground. And then they had that push by Ukraine several months ago where they literally took several hundred miles of territory from Russia. I don't think they kept it, but they did do it for over a month.
Going to literally the bedrock. So this is not good for the Russian economy, which is already struggling. So the bottom line is, it looks like before the secondary sanctions are even put on Russia, that they might already start having some major economic problems before that even comes around to taking place when the U.S. president finally does apply those sanctions. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Visioner. And also, we have seen a large fire has broken out on the territory of a military unit in Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. And we do see here in the photos, there is a massive fire right there on this territory. I believe this is a training center. And you can see there is a huge fire right there. It looks like on maybe the training barracks or something like that. And you can see the soldiers standing out here on the asphalt. And there is some more over there. You can see the Russian crest symbol right there on the sign. And clearly that is the area of the training facility. But moving on here to our next post, we also got a video showing this on fire as well in this one, which goes to Military News Ukraine. So let's take a look at the video and see this place on fire, because we do see here that apparently the fire might spread based on what we're seeing. And we can see right here, this is the exact same area in Nizhny Novgorod where that military facility that we just saw in the photos is on fire. And clearly it's a treed and forested area. And there is the fire right over there. So this thing has the potential to spread. And right now we're seeing that right in the middle of Nizhny Novgorod right here in this video. So also more context showing you that thing on fire. But moving on to our next post here, we've gotten some more big news that Ukraine has apparently taken another village in the Sumy region, this time in the village of Kondrativka. And according to updated information, an entire Russian company was destroyed in the encirclement set up by the Ukrainian forces in that city or that village. 90 were apparently eliminated, 5 were wounded, and 5 seriously wounded. And we do have a video here showing the Ukrainian flag being raised over this area in Sumy as the Russians are on their back channel saying that the situation is getting dire for their forces in this region. So let's take a look. So there you can see it. There's the Ukrainian flag right there on the side of that radio post. We're going to look at it one more time. There it is right there. And this is in the Sumy region. Of course, where the Russians are having a little bit of difficulty right now and getting pushed back by the Ukrainians, as we can see that the village has been retaken by the Ukrainian forces. So very good news to see on that front, and also more evidence the Russians are not winning on the battlefield either. Also, while they're struggling economically and also struggling with the new U.S. ultimatum that has been thrown their direction. So not a good day for Russia. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Clash Report. And also, it's an even worst day for Russia, because today we have seen a massive cyber attack has paralyzed Russia's biggest airline, Aeroflot. All systems are down, the airports are in chaos, and the staff can't even refuel the planes. And there's roughly 7,000 servers destroyed and 20 terabytes of data stolen, and the hackers say they'll start leaking the data soon, and no group has claimed responsibility yet, but some suspect Ukrainian-linked hackers, and I would tend to believe that's probably a very likely answer.
Yeah, that probably is, but we don't know yet. Just speculation. However, that is hefty. Like I said, you are not in World War II, Russia. You're not. This is modern day warfare. It is all about logistics, and then the other part is intel. And intel and logistics are going to win the war. I mean, part of the reason why we won World War II was because of the U.S.'s ability to produce equipment and supply soldiers, logistics, something the U.S. is very good at. The United Nations' ability to produce intel, that is something the U.K. has always been great at. I said United Nations again, I always do that. The U.K., United Kingdom, has been great at producing intel for many years. There's something they're just great at. And Russia's ability to supply numbers. Because we provided the equipment, the United Kingdom provided the intel, and of course, then Russia got numbers and supplied soldiers. That's the three key reasons why World War III was won against Germany.
But this is a major cyber attack. Like, this is a huge win for whichever party carried this out and actually pulled this off. This took down Aeroflot, which is literally Russia's national airline, which is massive in Russia. So this is a big one. But let's take a look at the video here at the airports and show you the chaos that's ensuing as a result of this major hack.
Ooh, boy.
I mean, look at that. That airport is absolutely packed right there. People packed on the escalators, packed everywhere. Look, there's people like literally sleeping on the elevators. That's crazy right there. And this is the airports pretty much everywhere around Russia right now because of that major hack that we saw there.
Oh, it was more than just a hack. I mean, what was it, a week ago? That the drones hit within Moscow and forced the shutdown of almost 150 flights, delays, and other things. So they're really putting the squeeze down on Russia. Ukraine is just trying to get them to back off. Because at this point, it's just about how long it would take Russia to conquer Ukraine. And like I said, there's a report out about that, released by the Pentagon. And it states it would take, at the rate they're going, it would take them 45 years. 1.7 million loss of soldiers. Casualties total. And casualties don't mean death, just those that were injured and unable to return. And then over 700 tons of lost equipment. That's where the numbers are going to go. It would take them 45 years. And numbers, they don't lie.
On Aeroflot. So a big loss for the Russians and something they really are going to have a hard time recovering from. And moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Military News Ukraine, and we're getting word that the security experts citing information about the Russian reports on Aeroflot's hacking. We've seen here that apparently it will take 6 months to restore the Russian airline Aeroflot after a large-scale hacker attack, and that is 6 months right now. The losses for the company are unreal as a result of this hack, and 6 months of downtime. I'm not sure how Aeroflot's really going to handle this. They might find a workaround, or they might not be able to find a workaround. Right now, it's not very clear, but that is a humongous issue for one of the largest airlines in Russia. So like I said, it's a horrific day for Russia today. It's really, honestly, one of their worst days they've had in a long time. But moving into our next post here, this one goes to Secretary Marco Rubio, and it's time to move on to our Thailand-Cambodia news for a second, because right now we're getting some big developments out of that conflict as well, because we're hearing from the Secretary of State Marco that the United States applauds a ceasefire declaration between Cambodia and Thailand that was announced today in Kuala Lumpur, and Marco says he remains committed to ending the conflict along with POTUS. So we are hearing apparently an immediate ceasefire has been agreed to by both sides, but this is not exactly as good as it looks, because we're about to learn in our next post here that things are not on the up and up when it comes to the reality of the situation, even though a ceasefire has technically been agreed to, at least according to the United States. So moving into our next post here, this one goes to Max25, and we can see right here a statement from the United States President announcing the ceasefire and also explaining exactly what this is going to mean. So let's take a look. look. And the president says, I just spoke to the acting prime minister of Thailand and the prime minister of Cambodia, and I'm pleased to announce that after the involvement of, and he also mentions his own name, his own post, which is kind of strange, but he said both countries have reached a ceasefire and peace between Thailand and Cambodia, and congratulations to all, and by ending this war, we have saved thousands of lives, and I've instructed my trade team to restart negotiations on trade, and I have now ended many wars in just 6 months. I am proud to be the president of peace.
Okay, Trump. Okay. Pat yourself on the back, but clearly not. You've taken an active stance on trying to prevent conflict. There's one thing Trump has stayed active with. He doesn't like war. And he's stated it numerous times, and he's made his position very clear on this. President Trump does not like people dying in war. News outlets that have interviews with him always try to catch him in a question saying, who would you support? He says, no, it's not about who I support. It's about people not dying. That's what he wants to stop.
So now the war's not really ended just yet. I want to make that clear. There's still fighting going on. I'm about to get into that in just a second to show you the news on that front. So he's really putting all of his eggs in one basket here. Hopefully he turns out to be right, or otherwise we're really going to look kind of a little bit silly announcing that too early. But that is the post from the U.S. president. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Fintech's News, and we've also heard that apparently there's just about 2 hours left before the midnight ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand actually takes effect. So we do have a little bit of runway left to see here exactly if the fighting is going to ramp down or ramp up and see exactly where this is going to go, but we're already seeing right now that there's some bad indications this might not be actually taking effect the way we hope it will be. And moving into our next post here, this one goes to Conflict Radar, as we've heard that heavy artillery exchanges between Thailand and Cambodia continue in the Prasat Takwai direction with less than an hour until the ceasefire actually begins. So this was posted about an hour ago, so technically right now I believe the ceasefire should be in effect, and that was posted about an hour ago. So right now, by the time this video is published, the ceasefire should be in effect, so we should see if this thing's going to hold up or not by the time this video is out. So that will be interesting to see. But moving on to our next post here, this one also goes to Conflict Radar, and we also saw a Thai F-16 attacking a Cambodian military base as well, right here on camera. So let's take a look at the footage and see the F-16 launching an aerial attack on Cambodia. Alright, so right here you can see this is the Cambodian side, and in just a second you're about to see a very large explosion right there in front of the camera. And there it goes. It just hit some building right out here in the distance on the Cambodian side, and that was a Thai F-16 that carried us out. Sadly, I do not have a geolocation on the building, so I can't tell.
I'm not going to lie, when they mention Thailand, all I think about is that they're sending ladyboys to war. I'm sorry. I know that's just not right, but it just seems like it.
Tell you what that was, but clearly it must have been strategic for the Thai to actually hit it with an F-16 aerial bombardment. So there you see it right there on camera. So clearly some heavy fighting going on right before the ceasefire goes into effect. But moving into our last post here, this one goes to World Source News 24/7, and we've also gotten some big news about the Iranians because they are apparently acting up very badly in the background, and we're just now getting word about it because we are hearing from the U.S. president that Iran has been sending out nasty signals in the background, and if Iran starts nuclear again, we'll wipe it out fast, meaning the U.S. is going to go in and strike Iran again. So this right here is a bad sign that the U.S.
Iran has got to be the one country more trolled than any other country right now, even more so than Russia. And I say this because they launched 300 missiles at Israel. They blew up 99% of the total missiles. A few got through but were empty and didn't hit anything. And Israel struck back with dummy ammunition that didn't explode or anything. And they flexed on Iran like your so-called Iron Dome or whatever it's called is nothing, because they fired dummy rounds that all majority got through. And then Iran proceeds to strike again, gets the missiles blown out of the sky again. And every single time someone does something to Iran always states the same: we will strike back at you with retaliation and mighty force. And it's like, dude, you've got to be the least threatening country out of everyone. Like, if there is a country that flexes more than any other country, it is Iran. Iran flexes. Like, they pump their chest out every single time. They're basically like that. There's a video on YouTube with this little hamster, wild hamster, that puts up this big front but looks so damn cute. And it's just funny to see it, like this predator that looks like it's the size of a mountain to it, and they're looking at it like, and it's just standing on all fours, arms and legs splayed out, and it's flexing itself, trying to make itself look bigger than it actually is. That's Iran.
US might have to go back into Iran very soon with the B-2 bombers and strike the Iranian nuclear program yet again, and I guess this time, instead of calling it the Midnight
B-2 bombers, the buff is forever.
Hammer, we'll call it the Daytime Slammer. So this time we might be hitting them again, and we might be hitting them again very, very soon by the sounds of the nasty signals. And we're not really told what nasty signals means, but we can only assume that probably means that Iran is threatening to restart their nuclear program. So not a good sign. But with that, folks, that is...
Let's be clear. If Iran develops nuclear weapons, they would give them to terrorist groups who would then use them. If they could be portable, they would. There's no question.
It's actually our last post of the video, so before you leave, make sure you smack the like button and also subscribe to the channel as well if you already haven't for more Daily War updates just like this one. And also, if you watched the video to this point, go down to the comments below and type LSA to let us know you watched the video to this point. And of course, we appreciate all the kind comments as always in that comment section, and we do read them all the time. And also, I try to heart as many as I can to let y'all know I'm reading them. And also, by the way, if you want to support the channel financially, you can go down to our Patreon page, and the link is in the description below for Patreon, where you can go over there and sign up for a monthly membership, and it can be as little as $5 a month. Any amount helps the channel tremendously, and we appreciate every single one of our Patreon supporters very much. But of course, be sure to join us again tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the...
He's got to fix the resolution in his edits, because every time I watch his videos, part of the screen always goes off to the left, and you can't see all the details that are written there.
The rest of the news throughout today and tomorrow on the stream tomorrow night, and we will of course be there to cover it all at that time. But once again, thank you all for watching, and bye-bye for now.
All right, that was The Enforcer. Breaking: Lithuania declares emergency over Russian incursion. U.S. threatens Putin. Enforcer news. Other one we watched was He's More Implicated Than We Thought from Boydzilla. And then you got Asmongold TV. This is his YouTube channel. He's primarily a streamer. And he did everything everyone should know about this involving the credit card companies with Visa and MasterCard. I assume he means PayPal too, but I don't know how much they were involved in the Steam and Valve takedown of those games. All right, we're moving on now. We're moving on to my favorite part, which is lore. D&D lore. My favorite stuff. I love mythos. Cthulhu mythos, D&D, the whole 9 yards. And this is Exploring Avernus, Battlefield of the Blood War, D&D lore from Lorebrary.
My legions are the only thing standing between your precious seven heavens and the bottomless hunger of the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like he's speaking about Asmodeus.
I rose to shoulder a cosmic burden. From the western gates of Elturel rode the Hell Riders, banners streaming, armor
serving
gleaming
Zariel.
with the first light of dawn. They were the sword and shield of the city, a host of paladins, knights, and zealots sworn to defend the realm from all that crawled and conspired beyond the mortal veil. War horns howled across the fields, hooves struck like the drums of justice. The order united by oath and fury. They rode toward the tear in the world. Outside the city walls, the land was ruptured, craters smoldered with brimstone, and the portals to the hells yawned open, spitting forth infernal beasts in endless numbers. From those maws crawled devils, barbed and horned, winged and wretched. Bearded devils locked their glaives in a series of disciplined phalanx. Chain devils danced through smoke, dragging screaming victims into writhing cages. The sky darkened now, with Erinyes, angelic fiends wielding spears of radiant agony. But the Hell Riders did not flinch. They charged into blood and flame, steel, and into their nightmare. Their war cries met the infernal roar. The clash was titanic, light against the darkness.
But they lost.
Blades met
Zariel
claw,
too.
hymns met howls. The land recoiled from the fury, and then the light changed. The companion, the sacred sun suspended in the sky above Elturel, pulsed once, then again. The radiance that had once repelled undead. that had shone with divine benediction dwindled. Golden light cracked like a shell. From within, something darker stirred. The Hellriders slowed, the sun blackened, and the companion transformed. It collapsed inward, its glow turning crimson, and then void black. A sphere of pulsing shadow crowned in arcs of hellfire lightning. The chanting of devils rose in triumphant crescendo. Above and behind the battlefield, the very air screamed. Then the chains came, not from the heavens, but from the material plane, or, more correctly, from below it. The earth beneath Elturel split open.
Descent into Avernus. When Elturel, I still can't understand the logic behind this, their ruler of the city at the time, sold the city to Zariel in a contract. Zariel wanted revenge on the Hellriders for abandoning her during their fight in Avernus, attempting to fight against the Abyss, and they failed. And the funny part about all this is that I don't understand how one ruler has power over all the souls of Elturel. I don't think he does. I think maybe it was just the city, and anyone present in it was just a victim of what happened. So there's a bit of nuance here with the devils and their contracts and how the souls work.
Yawning wide with a sound, as a cathedral was torn in two. From the rent in reality, a forest of infernal chains surged skyward, barbed, massive, and alive with devilish intellect. They snapped upward with unerring precision, piercing the stone foundations of the city, coiling around towers and temples, threading through walls like viper fangs through bone. The ground cracked, the sky churned. The people now ran, attempting to pray, but prayers do not halt contracts. And the devil always gets its due. Then came the horns, the air ignited with the trumpets of infernal war. From portals within the cobbled streets of Elturel erupted scores of devils. Bearded devils cleaved through paladins. Bone devils snatched the clergy from cathedral spires. Barbazu stalked the market squares with glaives that howled as they cut. Erinyes descended on wings of crimson, their swords trailing radiant blood. Fiendish warbands sowed despair through holy places, casting the banners of the Hellriders into fire. The river Chionthar churned with flames. The temples of Torm cracked and collapsed. The citizens of Elturel, farmers, bakers, knights, and scholars were no longer citizens. They were bargaining chips, weighed in screams and ash. And above it all, the companion pulsed, bathing the city in unnatural dusk. It was no longer a beacon, it was a brand, marking the city as claimed. The chains tightened. With a great shudder, the entire city lurched. The sky above was ripped away like parchment, revealing a vastness of endless red cloud and fire. The sun was gone. The vision of the stars, gone. Elturel screamed, and the countless souls and voices of the citizens now claimed. Then it fell, dragged through the astral, through cosmic judgment. Then the city plummeted down through layers of planar existences. Wind erupted into flames. Stone now became molten lava, and screams became a deathly silence. Below, Avernus rose to meet it, as a law and as a verdict. And when Elturel crashed into the sky of hell, it didn't break. It hung, suspended by its chains above the blasted plains of Avernus, like a trophy of the devil's conquest. Its buildings aflame, its people dazed, bloodied, praying to gods who no longer heard their cries. The sky above bled ash and...
Yeah, that's why it confuses me. Those souls belong to other gods, and if their worshippers didn't sign a contract that only the ruler of the city signed, how the heck do their souls get claimed? I don't understand that. Is it like a what's the word? A side effect of the contract that those souls become claimed? I don't think so, because in Baldur's Gate 3 you meet some members of Elturel, who are tieflings who escaped. And that's the thing that throws me. Like, how is it that souls can get away, but the city, which had only one dude sign away his city and soul, somehow claim all of Elturel and everyone within it? I don't think he has that kind of power. Like, every soul isn't his. That'd be like saying the mayor was a god and every soul was his to sign away. I just don't think that's possible. I mean, there were some weird things that I thought. Like, for example, in Baldur's Gate 3 with Karlach, when she got her rights to her life signed away by Bane's Chosen. God, what the hell was his name? I always forget his name because he was so inconsequential. Because I always just stomped him before he could even go into his chosen form. And it's just weird that he was able to sign away Karlach to somebody else, even though he just worked for her. I mean, she just worked for him, but somehow did that. There was a lot of arguments online about Zariel's character and all this. Like, why would Zariel do that with a single soul with Karlach? And a lot of people disagree that that's how Zariel would act. That Zariel is just wanting to stop the Blood War. But no, Zariel is not the angel that everyone knew. Once Zariel fell and became the Archduchess, the Archdevil of Avernus, she completely changed. She is quite literally, her principles and morals are twisted now. So what you would normally have thought what she was originally doing is completely different. And keep in mind, she's a devil now. So signing contracts for souls is well within her understanding. She may want constant war and want to defeat the Abyss and fight endlessly. But the bottom line is, she changed. So it makes sense why she took Elturel for revenge on the Hellriders, and why she took Karlach as well. She's a devil. Souls. It's just that simple.
Iron. The land below howled with war, and the first city to fall in the ambition of hell was no longer part of the mortal world. It was a completed contract. A contract named Elturel. Avernus, the first layer of hell. Avernus is the scorched threshold of the 9 hells, a plane of unending warfare and dread beauty, where mortal laws unravel and only power endures. Once a realm of deceptive splendor with lush gardens and bucolic beauty crafted by Asmodeus himself, it has long since been reduced to a blasted wasteland by the incursion of the river Styx and the eternal struggle of the Blood War.
Well, Bator, as it's called, which is the realm of the 9 hells. The original lore focused on Asmodeus being one of the 2 serpents who created the multiverse and its laws. And those 2 serpents fought over where the center of the universe was. One had wings, so once the laws were established, flight was possible, but if you had no wings, you couldn't fly. So the one who fell through Bator and all its cracks to the very bottom into the serpent's coil is known as Ahriman. Asmodeus is just an avatar of Ahriman. Now, there have been changes to the lore, and it all rounds up to Asmodeus creating this well-constructed lie and plausible deniability that he's not this or that. But no, everything points to, because the Pact Primeval specifically gives him access to atheistic souls, as he claimed, to fight the Blood War. But that was just a ruse. He sends those souls to the Serpent's Coil to repair his damaged body. So the Ahriman concept is still very real. No matter how many editions they keep changing it. Asmodeus is just an avatar for Ahriman.
The skies above Avernus are shrouded in bruised clouds that rain fire and ash. Lightning arcs in unnatural angles and meteors streak across the blasted sky before crashing into the now tortured ground. The atmosphere is heavy.
I mean, you gotta
with the
admit,
stench
Baldur's
of
Gate 3's
brimstone
introduction
and
to Avernus
scorched
was
metal,
pretty cool.
and the air saps the strength and will of creatures not aligned with the evil the plane reflects. The terrain is treacherous and ever-changing, with jagged mountains collapsing into bottomless ravines. Crimson plains stretch into the distance, only to break suddenly into fields of molten glass or rivers of burning tar. Massive infernal fortresses drift overhead, held aloft by baleful magic and war engines forged in layers deeper still. The landscape is riddled with the remains of ancient battles, broken siege towers, ruined war machines, and the bleached bones of angels and devils alike. A compass here is unreliable at best, a guide to death and eternal damnation at worst. The emissaries from Dis waited in the outer chamber, iron-bound scrolls clutched tightly in gauntleted hands. The air was dry, acrid, trembling with the heat of the war-forged winds outside. A groan echoed through the war-ravaged stone etchings, the agonized sound of one of the many flayed bodies that adorned the citadel's perimeter, half alive, half ash. Then the doors opened. "Enter or burn," came the voice, her voice. The trio stepped into the chamber, heads bowed. They were from Dis, the second layer, where law was measured in ink and iron. They bore questions. They sought understanding for Disparta. Inside the citadel, they found Zariel. She stood at the far end, surrounded by flame-breathing warhounds, their chains clinking as they snarled. Her leathery wings were spread, each flame barely held in check. Her blade was planted in the stone beside her throne, though her hands never strayed far from its hilt. The flail attached to her arm, always ready to strike at a disputed point of view. Zariel's eyes, white-hot, twin stars of rage and purpose, pierced them. Disparta sends a parchment. How pathetic. He does always grovel over secrets, she growled. So listen, pathetic dogs. There are things beyond your understanding, concepts that are cosmic in scale. Listen close, and you may learn what Avernus truly is. As she steps down from her throne, a wall of fire forms, a devilish mix, both a projection and an illusion of Avernus. The vision starts to form, and the first shows bloodgrass drinking from open wounds within tortured souls. Bone trees growing in clusters, their ivory limbs bearing thorned fruit that hum with malevolent energy, now forming into an almost omnipresent illusion. The wind carries whispers in languages older than mortal memory, promising power or pleading for release. I've seen travelers quickly discover that maps are unreliable here. The land shifts subtly with malicious purpose, often rearranging itself to trap or disorient. Locations of note may vanish or reappear with no warning. Navigation is possible only through keen observations, magical assistance,
Challenge
or
rating
infernal
20,
guidance. Even then, dread is often the truest compass. A flick of her wrist brought forth the image of the river Styx, a ribbon of black, winding like a serpent through the scarred land. The river Styx cuts a winding path across the plain, its dark waters poisonous to the mind and the soul. Touching or tasting the Styx can erase memories, personalities, or both. Although fiends are largely immune, mortals rarely survive such contact unchanged. Where the Styx flows, battles often follow. Along its banks, demons spill forth from the infinite layers of the abyss, seeking to overrun the infernal legions of Avernus in a war that has raged since time immemorial.
To be clear, it has been stated in the lore, Asmodeus can end the Blood War. He can, but he chooses not to. He does just enough to make it look like he is, but he keeps dragging it on. Because as long as the Blood War continues, the Pact Primeval stands firm, and he gets those atheistic souls to absorb into his gigantic serpent body in the Serpent's Coil to repair it. That's his goal. That's why he's so cunning, and he lies so much, and he maintains control of the Nine Hells absolute.
The very air of Avernus is hostile. Flesh-stripping sandstorms sweep across the plains, and sudden gales can fling travelers into lava pits, or off sheer cliffs. Insects, such as biting flies, hell wasps, and bloodthirsty sturges, patrol the sky.
Hell wasps. We have murder hornets in Japan and now within the United States near Washington State. And they mention hell wasps. I hate those fucking things so much. I really do.
Skies in swarms that can obscure the sunless skies. Nuparibo, the lowest form of devil, roam in tormented herds, blind and bloated, moaning as they move in search of scraps and suffering. Survival is a challenge in Avernus. Food and water are both scarce and untrustworthy. Water, when found, is often foul-tasting or laced with toxins. Rations brought from other planes rapidly spoil or become distasteful. As the very act of living here is a constant struggle against the heat, hunger, and the slow erosion of hope, the emissaries remained still, silent. She circled them now, her voice like coals ground into steel. Avernus bears countless scars from the Blood War. Pools of demonic ichor bubble up from the ground, remnants of fallen abyssal horrors. This ichor is dangerous. Any exposure can result in unpredictable and grotesque mutations known as flesh warping, transforming creatures into monstrous parodies of themselves. While ichor can be harvested and used as a potent poison, the risks are significant, and its effects are rarely stable. Though law reigns in the 9 hells, Avernus is an exception. Here, chaos and tyranny clash in ceaseless grinding warfare. Infernal hierarchs command legions of devils, building bastions and war camps that last mere months before falling to demonic siege. Demons, driven by madness and destruction, surge forward in endless waves, leaving only ruin in their wake. Avernus is where angels fall, heroes falter, and pacts are sealed in blood and fire. The plane rewards strength, punishes weakness, and remembers every scar etched into its surface. It provides a balance between chaos and law, a necessity in the cosmic balance. Its methods may be vile and insufferable to the forces of light, but none can dispute its usefulness within existence. Zariel stood tall, radiant with wrath and iron pride. The visions vanished. Only her
Zariel is
sword
always
remained,
fighting on the front
humming
lines.
beside her. She spoke
Constantly.
once more, voice flat and final. To walk Avernus is to witness the eternal conflict of law and chaos writ in steel, flame, and soul. She unsheathed her sword in one smooth motion, its flame reflecting in the emissaries' unreadable masks. You now have 2 choices. Either join my warbands and live, or I will strike you from existence right here and now. Choose swiftly. I have a plane to conquer. Avernus to mortals would be seen as a punishment in the traditional sense. It is not Hell's prison, however, but its proving ground. The first layer of the 9 hells serves as the crucible through which damned souls are tested, twisted, and transformed. Here, evil is given purpose. Each damned soul is a resource to be exploited, molded by torment and temptation, until it can serve the infernal order. Avernus, in particular, caters to souls gripped by wrath, ambition, pride, and the thirst for domination.
There's Will from
Such
Baldur's Gate 3
spirits are
again.
drawn like iron to a magnet, lured by visions of power, vengeance, and fulfillment. Most mortal souls that arrive in Avernus manifest as pale, formless shades, ghostly
Or
echoes of
lemurs.
their living selves. These petitioners become the raw clay of hell, molded by time and torment into grotesque forms suited for infernal use. Through agony, coercion, or perverse reward, they are shaped to fit the will of the devils. Some become twisted sentinels of bone and flame. Others dissolve into the landscape itself, their essence absorbed into the cursed stone and smouldering skies of Avernus. The most wretched among them are remade as lemures, bloated, mindless creatures that form the bottom rung of Hell's rigid hierarchy. These pathetic forms are created and earned through unspeakable mortal wickedness. Even devotion to a lawful evil god offers no escape from this fate. A soul truly steeped in malevolence will descend to the hells, regardless of whom it once served. Devils in Avernus are dealmakers, ever seeking to expand their ranks and authority by forging infernal pacts with mortals. These contracts are more than legal arrangements. They are metaphysical bindings, written in soul ink, enforced by the structure of the multiverse itself. Such pacts are irresistible to those driven by vengeance, obsession, or hubris. A devil may offer strength to crush one's enemies, knowledge to surpass mortal limits, or immortality in service of a grand design. But every boon bears a cost, often the mortal's soul condemned to eventual transformation into another foot soldier of hell. These infernal bargains serve a greater purpose. They fuel the front lines of the blood war. Mortals seduced by power are forged into new devils, fresh ranks for the eternal war against the abyss. Thus, every contract signed is another soldier drafted into hell's endless conflict. Deals made within Avernus are the most binding, bolstered by the plane's nexus of lawful evil energy. Devils can strike bargains more freely here than anywhere else in the multiverse. On other planes, such pacts require elaborate rituals, sacrificial offerings, or moments of cosmic alignment to carry the same binding force. At its core, Avernus is a furnace for evil desire. It tempts, transforms, and weaponizes wickedness. The battlefield writhed below her, blackened stone, split by molten veins, strewn with the torn remains of devils and demons alike. Smoke rose, with the banners of the Hell Riders gliding in the wind. Screams drifted upward, half praise, half death rattle. The front shifted again. 3 bone devils torn apart by a Vrock, only for a barbed whip to drag the beast down, screaming. Zariel stood upon the ridge, watching. The wind tore at her war-tattered wings. Ash clung to her skin, and still, she watched, seething. Purpose, she muttered, not to herself, but to the realm. Lightning forked behind her. Her flaming sword hissed in its sheath. As she turned, behind her, hidden in shadowed vaults of the basalt citadel, stretched a towering tapestry. 6 wide panels wrought in blood-red thread and gold fire, each square
The story of Zariel and her fall.
burned with a memory of hers, not some angel's recounting, not some devil's boast, but in her truth, immortalized in infernal silk. The saga of Zariel. She stepped forward, eyes hard, jaw clenched. Once a solar of Mount Celestia, Zariel burned with a fury too great for the heavens to contain. While her peers stood idle, content to observe the cosmic carnage from afar, Zariel demanded action. To her, evil was a plague to be purged. The blood war, that eternal conflict between abyssal chaos and infernal order, raged unchecked. And so, in righteous defiance, she turned from the silver stair and descended. Zariel came to El Turel, her radiance cloaked in mortal resolve. And there she gathered an army of warriors who would follow her into the jaws of hell. She trained them not just in the art of battle, but in the conviction to stand against the endless darkness. In 1354, DR, amid proud citizens and cheering masses, she led them from the city's gates. Her gaze locked on the 3rd panel, the ride. She saw herself, radiant.
I'm not sure what god she served, because Solars serve specific gods. Only a few Solars exist, and only certain gods have them. I don't know, I just feel like there's some weird disconnect where we don't know who she served, and why she just went out on her own. because no one in the angels becomes solars or are born that way. They're risen up and given the power of a solar by being, well, raised up by a god.
Radiant, determined, leading an army from the shining gates of El Turel, banners aloft, sunlight dancing on blades, mortals, foolish and noble, riding at her side into the gaping mouth of Avernus. Beneath banners of dawnlight and justice, her crusade pierced the veil between worlds and rode into the fire-scorched plains. But the glories of heaven do not weather well in hell. The horrors of the 9 hells broke many. When the tide of infernal might surged against them, when devils answered with pact magic, hellfire and sorcery, some of Zariel's warriors faltered. A number fled, sealing the portal behind them, their shame encompassed by the cool sting of their silence. They would later be called the Hell Riders, and though time has polished their name into nobility, the truth clings to them like shadow. Zariel, one of the few, stood until her sword fell from her hand, severed in battle. In her final breath as an angel, she ordered her most loyal general to hide her blade, to spare its corruption. Her 2 other companions, Haruman and Olanthius, refused to abandon her. All 3 were taken, bound in infernal chains, and brought before Asmodeus himself. The Lord of the 9 Hells welcomed her with a smile. He prayed.
Asmodeus had been targeting Zariel ever since she spoke out against him during a trial set by Mount Celestia against Asmodeus, where they had Mechanicus show up and be the judge. So Zariel spoke out during that proceeding about how she felt and what they should be doing. And that was the moment Asmodeus began to target her. He wanted her to become one of his archdevils.
Raised her fury, lauded her might, honored her conviction, and then he offered her purpose, the rulership of Avernus. Bel, its warlord, would be cast down. Zariel, if she bent the knee, could wield her rage against the abyss itself, with legions of devils at her command. And so she did. Zariel fell into Hell's embrace. She rose again as Archduchess of Avernus, her wings tattered but her purpose clear, to destroy the demons of the abyss in the name of infernal law. Devils, in their most basic form, are instruments of tyranny. Their essence is rigid law, twisted into domination, oppression, and endless ambition. The 9 Hells are their forge, and Asmodeus is their master smith. From the infernal metropolis of Nessus, the Dark Lord rules as god and tyrant, crafting a hierarchy so vast and intricate that it consumes the multiverse in its schemes. Asmodeus, supreme among devils, rules all layers of hell from the pit of Nessus. Below him dwell the archdevils, the sovereign lords and ladies of each layer. Zariel, once angel, now rules Avernus. Others, Mephistopheles, Disparta, Glacia, hold their own courts filled with courtiers, enforcers, and rivals. Devils may die outside the 9 Hells and return to their lair, but within the Hells, death is final. Even Asmodeus treads carefully here. Engines of war, infernal machines, and soul coins. Now, to the engines of war. Infernal machines and soul coins. Across the blasted plains of Avernus, there is a sound that never ceases. A grinding, thunderous shriek that echoes through the sulphurous winds. It is the sound of soul engines, infernal machines that thunder like heretical chariots of war, tearing across the hellscape on wheels, wrought from damned iron and blasphemy, forged in the hell forges of the 9 Hells, and crafted by infernal smiths under devilish command. Infernal war machines are vehicles of brutal efficiency and demonic terror. These engines of destruction are powered by something precious and vile souls. Each machine is fueled by soul coins, thick, 5-inch wide discs of infernal iron, inscribed in glowing script and bound with powerful magic that traps a mortal soul within. These coins, serve as both a currency and power source in the 9 hells. To burn a soul
Karlach
coin
likes to nom.
is to annihilate the
Nom,
spirit
nom, nom.
inside, feeding its essence into the hungry maw of the machine's engine. The soul is consumed utterly, its agony echoing in the infernal chords of the machine's growl, a bone-deep rumble threaded with the wails of the damned. Infernal war machines vary in form and function. Scout skimmers and hellish chariots, used by raiding bands and messengers, slice across the dunes at blistering speed, leaving trails of acrid smoke and despair. Siege hulks and mobile fortresses, immense constructs bristling with flensing drills, soul harpoon turrets, and spiked rams, plow through enemy lines or act as rolling citadels of infernal command. All are made of infernal iron, blackened and scarred, bound in chains, blades, and sigils of binding.
Explains why cold steel
Smoke
works against them.
pours from vents shaped like screaming mouths, while burning script dances along armored flanks. Where they pass, the land withers. Contracts
Oh no, not
combust,
cold steel.
and the
Cold
ash
iron.
brands the
Cold
soil.
iron.
The helm of each war machine bears a soul slot, a narrow groove into which a soul coin is fed. Upon insertion, the coin clatters down into the furnace core, where the soul is incinerated to unleash its last, desperate essence, fueling miles of carnage. When its energy is spent, the coin and the soul are destroyed beyond recovery. To drive a machine is to consume life itself. Some infernal engines are bartered by devils, others are stolen by desperate mortals. All are symbols of power, terrible, cursed, and coveted. To fuel one is to erase a soul from the multiverse.
I think a soul coin's
Across its
estimated
ash-choked
value
expanse
on the
lie
material plane
remnants
is
of
like
divine
150
rebellion,
gold pieces.
infernal engineering, and mortal tragedies. The river Styx coils across a Venus. Its waters are thick, black, and writhing, imbued with a fell magic that strips identity from any who dare drink or wade within. It defies all mapping, flowing uphill, splitting into loops, vanishing into fissures only to erupt again in a geyser of screaming souls. Fiends gather along its banks like flies to a wound. The Styx is the gateway through which demons pour into Avernus from the abyss, crashing against infernal ranks in endless skirmishes. Corpse isles drift slowly downstream, each bearing the remains of ancient battles. Held aloft by colossal infernal chains, anchored deep into the skin of Avernus, the once holy city of El Turel dangles in agony. Where once the companion, its radiant second sun, bathed the land in divine light, now looms a black orb of smouldering malice, crackling with demonic lightning.
Ariel's still angry
The
about
chains
that.
groan and tremble, dragging the city ever downward into damnation. Within the walls, devils stalk the ruins, feasting on panic and prayer. Churches are defiled, homes sundered, and every cry of a child becomes music to the ears of their tormentors. Avernus is littered with the debris of 1,000,000 lost wars and warfields. Hulking infernal engines, rusted chariots, shattered siege towers, and twisted limbs of demons and devils create a jagged, metallic desert. The ground here is paved with broken weapons, fused armor, and ash-clogged trenches. Oily fire seeps from deep craters, and clouds of stinging ash obscure sight and time. Echoes of battle ring through the air, phantoms reliving the moment of their final death. Scavengers, mortal and infernal, pick through the wreckage, searching for weapons, relics, or soul coins left behind in the bloodied soil. But the land itself remembers, and some war machines are not as dead as they seem. Once the prison of the five-headed dragon queen, the monument to Tiamat remains a colossal ziggurat of basalt and bone, sunk halfway into the bleeding sands. Though Tiamat is no longer bound here, the stain of her fury is eternal. Her chromatic influence scars the surrounding terrain. Red sands bubble like magma, green winds carry whispers of madness, and black ichor flows like rivers. Devout cultists gather here, drawn by
thought
prophetic
Tiamat was
dreams
still sealed
and the
in
promise
Avernus.
of draconic power. They offer blood and treasure, hoping to win favor. or gain a fragment of her lingering divine wrath. A fortress of radiant alabaster buried beneath a ridge of charred bone and lost time. Once a bastion of celestial resistance, the bleeding citadel pulses with divine memory. Its walls weep crimson light, as though mourning the fall of its last angelic defenders. It is here that Zariel's sword was hidden, an artifact of immense purity that still hums with her lost grace. Only those who walk the path of selfless sacrifice can hope to find the citadel, and even fewer emerge unchanged. The citadel is less a place and
Her
more a
sword
test,
is actually an artifact
one that whispers to the
in
noblest of hearts
D&D that you can get.
and consumes the unworthy. A mirage of hope or damnation. The wandering emporium drifts unpredictably across Avernus, appearing only when it wishes to be found. A traveling bazaar of impossible size and exotic wares. It offers everything: infernal weaponry, holy relics, soul coins, and secrets older than time. Run by the enigmatic Mahadi, a devil of velvet voice and venomous charm. The emporium is bound by infernal contracts that forbid open violence. It is the only neutral ground in all of Avernus, where archdevils and mortal warlords might dine together over roast nightmare and aged hellwine. But nothing is free. Every deal, every dish, every whispered promise comes with a price in soul, blood, or sacrifices. Like a black star scarred with blade and fire, Zariel's command citadel soars above the plains, borne aloft by infernal engines and howling vortexes of flame. Her fortress is an abomination of spiked ramparts, siege portals, soul-ward batteries, and hell-forged landing decks. From here, she surveys the blood war, dispatching legions of devils to reinforce her lines. At its heart
Sometimes she has a hand,
lies
other
Zariel's
times she
war
doesn't.
chamber, carved with relics of her celestial past. There, beneath a mural of her fall, she plots the extinction of chaos and the damnation of all who question her will. Sunken into a volcanic ravine, belching noxious gas, Bel's Forge is a monstrous complex of foundries and soul furnaces. Here, the fallen Archduke of Avernus, Bel, now supplanted but far from idle, breeds abominations of steel and hate. Lava flows through the slag canals, chains clatter overhead, and the air burns with brimstone and his ambition. Bel's creations include engines of war, infernal siege beasts,
Did he make
and
the
soul-bound
infernal
automata
engines?
crafted to rend demons apart. Bel himself is ever watchful, plotting his return, to dismantle Zariel and take back his rightful place, refining his army and feeding the forges with souls too stubborn to break. The Tower of Arkan the Cruel, a death knight enthralled to Tiamat, rises on a clifftop overlooking the Styx. Surrounded by the wreckage of paladin orders and demonic siege attempts, the tower pulses with necrotic magic. Within, Arkan guards the hand of Vecna, a relic of apocalyptic power, and channels its magic into rituals
Critical
meant to
Role
free
did something
his
with
queen.
this too.
He is flanked by a retinue of dragonborn zealots and undead monstrosities who obey without hesitation.
So where is Tiamat?
Hidden beneath a blasted escarpment lies the
That has me curious. In D&D 5e, is Tiamat not sealed in Avernus? Tiamat is indeed sealed in Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells. While not physically chained, she is bound by a contract with Asmodeus, that I know, and cannot leave Avernus under her own power. She also guards the gate to Dis, the second layer of the Hells. So with the Citadel, she's not at. In this video, it's saying she's not at the Citadel. So she must have a new place that she's sealed at. And the thing is, she was loyal to Asmodeus. But Asmodeus thought her a threat, so he betrayed her. Yep, he betrayed her. And she was ever loyal, like completely. She served him willingly and did so by providing him intel and was an excellent spy. But he betrayed her. So that's where we are with that. That's just weird. The way the video's stating it, that Tiamat's fortress, the Citadel, isn't where she's at.
Crypt of the fallen Hell Riders, those who followed Zariel into Avernus and never returned. Carved from blackstone and ringed in rusted armor, the crypt thrums with sorrow and shame. Here lie the bones of paladins and knights who defied their celestial calling. Many became undead wardens of their own tomb, cursed to guard the site until the shame is absolved. Some whisper that their spirits weep still, calling out to the living to finish what they began. Avernus is the furnace and battlefield of the blood war where ideals are tested, where
And
righteousness
forged.
is wrung of its purity and reshaped into weapons or regrets. Every footstep grinds against bones of the forgotten. Every breath carries the weight of devil's bargains, of prayers unanswered, of glory defiled. Those who enter Avernus seeking conquest are often swallowed by it. Those who come to save another may find only ruin in their reflection. This is no place for certainty, only endurance, resolve, the strength to defy the whispers in the ash and the promise of easy power. For Avernus does not conquer with blade alone, it offers temptations and whispered bargains, a second chance that costs everything you have, and it waits, always hungry, always watching, for mortals to stumble, for angels to fall, for the light to flicker from your soul, one last time. Yet even here, in the furnace of despair, embers of resistance smolder, in the defiance of the soul, in the courage to endure, and in the blood-streaked histories of those who dared descend, but did not break. For though Avernus is the beginning of Hell's descent, it is also where the stories of redemption, ruin, rebellion, and resolve are forged anew, in flame, in steel, and in soul.
Oh, he's definitely not wrong. Avernus, first layer of the 9 hells of Bator. The place where Zariel rules. Tiamat is sealed. And, of course, you have the other previous archdevil who forges all the Hell's armor and gear. Interesting. I wonder what made Asmodeus supplant him when he was already there. Was he not doing a good job? Was he? Well, we know Asmodeus has been targeting Zariel ever since the Celestial Court. So, it makes sense. It makes sense. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh, boy. Not bad, not bad. All right. Good old Thays. All right. Time for more D&D lore. The Thayans. Probably won't be able to watch the full video because it's getting close to 2. But yeah, I want to watch most of it and get a feel for it.
A land ruled by dark magic and the iron grip of the Red Wizards. Founded through rebellion and forged in the fires of necromancy, Thay has become one of the most feared and powerful nations in Faerun. Led by an immortal lich, Zastam, Thay is a realm where the dead serve the living, and power is the ultimate goal. We will explore Thay's rise from a rebellious province to a necromantic empire. We will delve into the inner workings of its society, the expansionist ambitions of its rulers, and the dark legacy that continues to shape
And this video
its
is
future.
made by the Loremates.
Thay is a nation where magic and tyranny walk hand in
Excuse
hand.
me.
A place where the pursuit of power knows no bounds. Chapter 1. The Birth of Thay. Thay's dark and
Zastam's
complex
betrayal.
history begins with a bold act of defiance against one of the most powerful empires of its time, the Mulhorandi Empire. The seeds of rebellion were sown in 922 DR, when a powerful and ambitious wizard rallied a group of disillusioned wizards and warriors to rise against the Mulhorands' rule. A visionary who saw the potential for a land governed by magic, rather than theocratic traditions, led his rebellion with a hope of creating a society where arcane power would be the ultimate authority. They succeeded in breaking away from...
It's almost like these wizards who want to do this always forget about Netheril, and they always forget about the history of a fully arcane dedicated society. Yes, Netheril survived for 3,000 years, and yes, it was quite the empire, but it had its problems, and we've seen what happens when we have an arcane pretty much dominated empire. So it's like these dudes don't pay attention to history, and they just ignore it out of the fallacy that I can do better. I'll be better than what they were. It's like, no, you won't. No, you won't. Some of the most powerful mages came from Netheril. One was Imoe, and another was Larlock. Like, you have these two overpowered, extremely strong liches who are former Netherese Arcanists. And you're going to sit there and tell me you, a wizard, limited to 9th level magic, are going to do better than what they did back when Mistral was allowing magic to be used freely, compared to Mistra. You must be kidding me.
Mulhorand, establishing the independent nation of Thay. The wizards who led this revolt, later known as the Red Wizards, envisioned Thay as a realm where magic was a supreme force, unbound by the laws of men or gods. To govern this new nation, the Red Wizards created a unique system of governance centered around the Zolkuret. This council of 8 powerful wizards, each representing a different school of magic, would rule Thay by consensus, at least in theory.
Yeah,
The
in
Zolkuret
theory.
was designed to prevent any one individual from accumulating too much power. But as history would show, this balance of power was fragile and often disrupted by the ambitions of its members. The Zolkirs...
The one common trait that breaks down all these empires: ambition. Karsus's ambition, Larlock's ambition, Emoan's ambition. Everyone had ambition. And everyone thought they could do better than the previous ones. And they always do ambition before wisdom. Even though their peers will tell them, but they don't listen.
quickly established themselves as the true rulers of Thay, overseeing not only the magical affairs of the nation but its political and economic matters as well. They were the architects of Thay's transformation into a magocracy, a nation where the pursuit of magic power was both the highest goal and the greatest danger. While the Zulkirs worked to establish their dominance, they faced numerous challenges, both from within and without. The newly independent nation was surrounded by enemies, Rashomon to the north and Aglarond to the south, each of whom saw Thay as a threat that needed to be contained or destroyed. Internally, the Zulkirs had to contend with the ambitions of their fellow Red Wizards, many of whom saw the Zulkrit as a stepping stone to greater personal power. Assassinations, betrayals, and power struggles became the norm within the ruling elite of Thay, a pattern that would continue throughout its history. Despite these challenges, Thay began to establish itself as a formidable power in the region. Its wizards, driven by a pursuit of arcane knowledge and personal ambition, pushed the boundaries of magical research, often delving into the dark and dangerous realms of magic. Thay's society, shaped by these wizards, became one of rigid hierarchy, where power was everything, and those without it were little more than tools to be used by those who had it. Chapter 2. The Rise of the Red Wizards. With Thay firmly established as an independent nation, the next step for its ruling wizards was to consolidate their power and define their society structure. The Red Wizards, named for their distinctly crimson robes, quickly emerged as the ruling elite of Thay. These mages were not just practitioners of magic, they were its masters, wielding their arcane power with a ruthlessness that would come to define the nation itself. The Red Wizards shared a vision for Thay. This vision was simple yet terrifying: to make Thay the ultimate power in the world through the mastery of magic. To achieve this, they established strict hierarchies and rigorous training for their apprentices, ensuring that only the most capable would rise to power. The Red Wizard's rise to power was formalized through the creation of the Zulkrit, a council of 8 Zulkirs, each representing a different school of magic. Each Zulkir wielded immense influence, not just over their school of magic, but over the nation as a whole. They were responsible for the governance of Thay, the direction of its military, and the expansion of its influence. While the Zulkirs were theoretically equals, in practice, power dynamics within the Zulkrit were constantly shifting, as each Zulkir sought to increase their own power at the expense of another. Among the Zulkirs, none were more ambitious or more feared than Zastam, the Zulkir of necromancy. Zastam's rise within the Zulkrit was marked by his cunning, intelligence, and ruthlessness. Recognizing that necromancy offered a path to unparalleled power, Zastam devoted himself entirely to mastering the dark arts.
Finger of Death, 7th level spell.
Zastam's influence within the Zulkrit grew steadily, as he used his necromantic powers to create armies of undead soldiers and powerful magical constructs. His mastery of life and death allowed him to manipulate his enemies and allies alike.
Fun fact, for those that don't know, Zastam worked with Larlock. Yep, those two worked together.
Furthering his own ambitions while ensuring that his rivals within the Zulkrit remained divided and distrustful of one another. Chapter 3. The Zulkirs and the Council of Thay. With the establishment of the Zulkrit, Thay's governance became centered around the Council of 8
You think
Zulkirs,
I don't know what your target
each
was when
representing
going
one
up
of
there,
the
Hex?
schools
Come
of
on.
magic.
I
Well, the
knew.
Zulkrit
My
was
cat wanted to get
designed
to
to
my
balance
cup
power
so he can
amongst
tip it
its
over and
members.
spill it.
The
He
reality
acts like I
is
don't
far
know
more
him.
complex. The Zulkirs, by their very nature, were ambitious and power
I'll put the
hungry,
cup back.
leading to a constant struggle for dominance within the council. The balance of power within the Zulkir
Do you actually
was
ever sleep?
delicate, with alliances forming and dissolving as each Zulkir sought to further their own interests. While the Zulkirs were theoretically equals, in practice, the power dynamics within the council were often dictated by individual strengths, cunning, and influence of its members. This ongoing struggle for power created a volatile political environment in Thay, where intrigue, betrayal, and assassination were common. The Zulkirs were not only responsible for their respective schools of magic, but also played a critical role in the broader governance of Thay, influencing military strategy, economic policies, and the administration of the Tharks. While the Zulkirs were the supreme rulers of Thay, much of the day-to-day administration of the nation was handled
Just
by
messing
the
with my cat.
Tharshians, the regional governors of Thay's Tharks. The Tharshians wielded significant power within their territories, overseeing the local military, economy, and magical research. Although they were officially subservient to the Zulkirs, the Tharshians often operated with a degree of autonomy that allowed them to pursue their own agendas. The relationship between the Zulkirs and the Tharshians was complex. While the Tharshians were expected to execute the will of the Zulkir, they also had to navigate the intricate power dynamics of Thay's political landscape.
Yep.
Those who were too ambitious or independent
8
risked trying the
Zulkirs,
ire of
8
the
different schools of
Zulkirs,
magic.
who would not hesitate to remove or eliminate a Tharshian they deemed a threat. The Zulkirit was not just a council of equals. It was a cauldron of ambition, where each Zulkir sought to outmaneuver the others in a never-ending game of power. Intrigue and betrayal were commonplace.
Sounds like
with
Tevinter in
alliances
Dragon
forming
Age.
and dissolving as the balance of power shifted. Assassinations, both magical and mundane, were tools frequently used to remove rivals or secure a strategic advantage. Zastam, with his mastery of necromancy and his ability to manipulate others, was a master of this game. One of the most infamous power struggles occurred when Zastam orchestrated the downfall of Malagor, a rival Zulkir who sought to challenge his authority. The confrontation between Zastam and Malagor was legendary, with both wizards unleashing their full magical might. In the end, Zastam emerged victorious, further consolidating his control over the Zulkirit.
Yep.
Chapter 4. Thay's Expansion and Ambition. As Thay solidified its power internally under the leadership of the Red Wizards and the Zulkirit, the nation's ambitions turned outward. With its internal governance established, Thay's rulers, particularly the influential Zastam, recognized that the path to true power lay not just in controlling Thay, but in expanding its influence and territory across Faerun. This expansionist drive was motivated by a desire to acquire
It's almost another
resources,
Vecna situation.
secure strategic advantages, and spread Thay's unique brand of magic and governance. The Red Wizards, leveraging their mastery of magic and the military might of their undead legions, launched several campaigns to extend Thay's borders. One of the primary targets of these early
Of course, the
expansions
Harpers
was
are constantly
Rashomon,
fighting against them
a
too.
land known for its fierce warriors and powerful witches. The conflict between Thay and Rashomon was marked by intense and brutal battles, with Thayan forces repeatedly clashing with the Berserkers and Witch Lauren of Rashomon. Despite numerous attempts, the resilient Rashmi forces continued to thwart Thay's efforts to subjugate their land. Thay's expansionist drive brought it into conflict also with Aglarond, a nation protected by a powerful sorceress known as Symbul. The Red Wizards viewed Aglarond's strategic location and rich resources as vital to their goals. However, the Symbul's formidable magic and fierce defense of her homeland made Aglarond a difficult target, resulting in protracted and often frustrating struggle for Thay. Recognizing that direct military conquest was not always feasible or successful, the Red Wizards adopted a more subtle approach to expansion through the establishment of Thayan enclaves. These enclaves were strategically positioned in major cities across Faerun.
Basically like the dragon cult.
Officially,
where
these
they
enclaves were
just
centers of trade
have
where
small
Thayan goods,
segments spread
particularly
out through all of
magical
Faerun.
items, could be sold. Unofficially, they were hubs for espionage, recruitment, and the subtle manipulations of local politics. The enclaves allowed Thay to extend its influence far beyond its borders, without the need for outright conquest. Through these enclaves, the Red Wizards gathered intelligence, formed alliances, and exerted pressure on local governments. The presence of Thayan enclaves in foreign cities often signaled the beginning of Thay's influence in a region, with the Red Wizards using trade and diplomacy as tools to further their ambitions. Thay's aggressive expansionism, whether through military conquest or the establishment of enclaves, left a lasting impact on Faerun. Neighboring nations were forced to constantly guard themselves against Thayan incursions, with many regions finding themselves subtly influenced by Thayan agents operating out of the enclaves. The Red Wizards' ability to adapt their strategies, combining brute force with cunning diplomacy, allowed Thay to become a formidable power on the continent. However, Thay's expansionist ambitions also created lasting enmities. Rashomon and Aglarond, in particular, remained staunch opponents of Thay, with their leaders and people resisting every attempt by the Red Wizards to exert control. These conflicts ensured that Thay would always face strong opposition as it sought to expand its influence. Chapter 5: The Cities of Thay. Thay's landscape is as diverse and formidable as its history, with each city and region playing a critical role in the nation's identity and power structure. The cities of Thay are centers of trade, magic, and governance, each with its own unique characteristic and importance. These places of residence are also hubs of political intrigue, arcane research, and economic activity, all under the watchful eye of the Red Wizards. Eltabar, the capital city of Thay. It's located on the shores of Lake Thaylambar. It is the cultural and political heart of the nation, home to the Council of Zulkirs and the administrative center of Thay. The city is named after the demon lord Eltab, who was once bound beneath the city and whose influence still lingers, adding to the city's dark and foreboding atmosphere. Eltabar is a city of stark contrasts. Its grand architecture, with towering spires and grandiose public buildings, is a testament to the power and wealth of the Red Wizards. The streets are wide and well-maintained, lined with statues and monuments that glorify Thay's rulers and their conquests. However, beneath this veneer of splendor lies a city steeped in dark magic and fear, where the Red Wizards conduct their most dangerous and secretive experiments. Life in Eltabar is marked by the ever-present influence of the Red Wizards. The city is a hub of arcane research, with numerous schools and academies dedicated to the study of magic. These institutions are heavily guarded, and the secrets they hold are coveted by many. Commoners in Eltabar live in constant awe and fear of the magic that surrounds them, while the elite navigate a treacherous world of politics and power. Byzanter, located on the eastern coast of Thay along the Alamber Sea, is the nation's largest port and a critical center of trade. Known as the gateway to the sea, Byzanter is the main conduit for Thay's trade with the outside world. The city is bustling with activity, its docks constantly filled with ships from distant lands, bringing goods, slaves, and wealth to Thay. The Thayan Enclave in Byzantor is one of the largest and most important.
They have a temple of
serving
Tyr
as the headquarters of Thay's extensive trade network.
in Thay.
The city is also known for its slave
That's
markets,
unexpected.
where thousands of slaves are bought and sold each year, destined for Thay's mines, fields, or as subjects in the Red Wizard's experiments. Despite its wealth and importance, Belzanter is a city of stark inequalities. The elite live in luxurious estates overlooking the sea, while the common folk and slaves endure harsh conditions in the crowded and often squalid quarters near the docks. The presence of the Red Wizards is less overt here than in El Tabar, but their influence is still deeply felt, particularly in the city's economic and political life. Tira-Turos, situated in the central plains of Thay, is known as the City of War. It is the military heart of Thay, home to the nation's largest garrisons and training grounds for its armies. The city is heavily fortified, with thick walls and numerous watchtowers, a testament to its strategic importance. Tira-Turos is not only a center of military might, but also a place where necromancy is practiced openly and on a large scale. The Red Wizards here specialize in the creation and control of undead soldiers, who form a significant portion of Thay's military forces. The sight of undead legions marching through the streets is common, a chilling reminder of the city's purpose. Life in Tira-Turos is dominated by the military. The city's economy revolves around supporting the vast armies of Thay, with industries dedicated to weapon and armor production, as well as the creation of magical enhancements for Thay's soldiers. The citizens of Tira-Turos are hardened by the constant presence of war, with many young men and women aspiring to join the ranks of Thay's armies, or serve the Red Wizards in other capacities. Del-Humide was once the capital of Thay before it was destroyed during the uprising that led to Thay's independence from Mulhorand. The city remains in ruins, a stark reminder of the violence and ambition that birthed the nation of Thay. Although much of the city lies in decay, it is not entirely abandoned. The Red Wizards often use this site for dangerous magical experiments that require isolation. The ruins of Del-Humide are also home to numerous undead, the remnants of battles that once
Are they
raged
controlled,
here.
or are they just there?
These undead are more than mindless creatures, but are often bound to a specific location or task, continuing their duty even in death. The
Ooh,
Red
that
Wizards
sucks.
sometimes seek out these ruins to tap into the residual magic energies that still linger in the area. Del-Humide serves as a somber reminder of Thay's violent past and the price for its ambition. For the people of Thay, these ruins are both a place of fear and fascination, representing the potential consequences of failure and a land where power is everything. Pyratos, the city of fire, located near the Smoking Mountains, is known for its proximity to active volcanoes and its thriving industry of forging and metallurgy. The city's forges produce some of the finest weapons and armor in Thay, many of which are imbued with magical properties. The Red Wizards in Pyratos are particularly skilled in evocation magic, drawing their power from the fiery landscape that surrounds them. The city's location makes it a harsh place to live, with the constant threat of volcanic eruptions and the choking fumes that often fill the air. Despite these dangers, Pyratos is a vital part of Thay's economy, supplying the nation with weapons and enchanted items that are crucial to its military power. The people of Pyratos are tough and resilient, shaped by the fiery environment in which they live. The city's culture revolves around the forges
Jeez, that place
and the
must look
power
like
of fire, with many
what was it?
rituals and practices
Tolkien's work,
dedicated to the mastery of
Lord of
flame
the
and heat.
Rings. Looks like
While
Mount
not a
Doom.
city, Thaymount, a range of active volcanoes at the center of Thay, is both a formidable
out the sun.
natural barrier and a potential symbol of the nation's power. The volcano's constant activity fills the air with ash and sulfur, and the ground often trembles from the energy beneath.
Makes sense why I
Red
did live
wizards
there.
have long harnessed this geothermal power for their arcane practices, using the intense heat for forging enchanted items and conducting dangerous magical experiments far from prying eyes. This mountainous region is dotted with the strongholds of some of the most powerful red wizards, who use the natural fortifications and treacherous terrain to their advantage. The slopes of Thaymount also hold the remnants of Zastam's infamous Dread Rings, necromantic foci intended to amplify his dark magic. Though not fully realized, these structures still resonate with dark energy, serving as a chilling reminder of the ambitions of Thay's rulers. For the people of Thay, Thaymount is a place of both awe and fear.
Good old steam
It represents
horses.
the raw, untamed power that the Red Wizards command, and serves as a natural fortress against invasion. The volcano's ever-present threat underscores the danger inherent in living under the rule of those who wield such destructive forces, making Thaymount a central element of Thay's identity and its dark legacy. The region's volatile nature is a constant reminder that, in Thay, the line between life and death is as fragile as the ground beneath their feet. The cities of Thay each contribute uniquely to the nation's strength and character, from the political heart of El-Tabar to the military might of Tyrantaros, the commercial hub of Byzantor, the haunting ruins of Delhumide, and the fiery forges of Pyratos. Each city reflects a different facet of Thay's identity. Together, they form a complex and powerful nation where life is shaped by magic, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of power. Chapter 6: The Rise of Necromancy.
And it begins.
As the sun set over the bleak landscape of Thay, the shadows lengthened, mingling with the pervasive gloom that had settled over the land. The once vibrant society, steeped in tradition and arcane knowledge, was beginning to change. And at the heart of this transformation was a single powerful figure, Zastam, the Zulkir of necromancy.
Became a lich.
Zastam's rise to prominence within the Zulkirat has been
and they
swift and
worships,
calculated.
well, not worships, they
His
made a
mastery of
deal with
necromancy
Orcus.
was unparalleled.
That's why they have so many
He quickly
liches.
became known for his ability to command the dead, with an ease that both fascinated and terrified his peers. But Zastam's ambition extended far beyond mere mastery of the dark arts. He envisioned a Thay where necromancy was not just a tool, but the very foundation of its power. In the halls of El-Tabar, Thay's capital, Zastam began whispering promises of a new order. A necromancy where the dead would serve the living, and where Thay would stand unmatched in its might. His vision was alluring, promising the Red Wizards an unprecedented level of control over their dominions. The possibilities seemed endless. Tireless labors, armies that would never tire or falter, and the power over life and death that no other nation could match. As Zastam's influence grew, so too did the presence of necromancy in Thay. What began as specialized practice amongst few wizards soon spread throughout the nation.
Oh,
The
yeah.
first signs of this dark transformation were subtle. In the bustling markets of Byzantor, it became common to see undead servants carrying goods for their masters. In the fields outside Tyrantaros, skeletal laborers toiled tirelessly under the burning sun, harvesting crops that would feed Thay's growing armies. But as necromancy spread, so did unease amongst the people of Thay. The common folk, who once revered the Red Wizards for their arcane knowledge, now looked upon them with fear and suspicion. Stories began to circulate of rogue undead creatures that had broken free of their bindings, wreaking havoc in the villages and towns.
That has happened. There was Larlock created an incident where he released all the undead in his service just to see what they would do. And when he released them from their control, they rampaged across a specific city where a retaliation from a group of Tyr's paladins came down and attacked him, and he got to experience something different. See, living forever as a lich comes with one problem. You lose all feeling. No feelings, nothing. So, liches are just undead because they want to preserve their knowledge. Larlock suffered from extreme boredom. So, he just does weird stuff sometimes. And Zastam, who was trained by Larlock, does stuff like this too. But he's more ambitious, very ambitious, but he's nowhere near as old as Larlock. Larlock's lived a long, long time. In fact, I want to know how long. So he's almost 2,000 years old. Interesting. Interesting.
One such incident in the heart of Tyrataros left dozens dead when a squadron of undead soldiers turned on their commanders. The whole district was left in ruins. A grim reminder of the dangers of wielding such dark power. Despite these incidents, Zastam pushed forward, undeterred. He knew that fear could be as powerful a tool as any spell, and he used it to his advantage. The more the people feared the undead, the more they relied on the protection of the Red Wizards. And as Zastam's necromantic forces grew, so did his grip on Thay. Not everyone in Thay was willing to accept Zastam's vision. Within the Zolcarid, tensions began to rise. Some of the Zolkirs, particularly those who practice evocation and conjuration, saw necromancy as a threat to the balance of power within Thay. They feared that Zastam's growing influence would not only undermine their own positions, but also lead Thay down a path from which there would be no return. Whispers of dissent filled the corridors of power. Zastam was always one step ahead. His network of spies and loyalists ensured that any plots against him were quickly uncovered. Publicly, he spoke of unity and strength, but privately, he worked to neutralize his opponents, turning the Zolkirs against one another with calculated precision. With the opposition within the Zolcarid weakened, Zastam moved to solidify his vision for Thay. The nation slowly but surely transformed into a necrocracy, a land where the dead served the living in all aspects of life. The sight of undead laborers and soldiers became so commonplace that it ceased to shock the people of Thay. Instead, it became a part of everyday life, a constant reminder of the power that Zastam and the other Red Wizards held over the nation. Thay's wealth grew, and with it, its influence over the surrounding lands. In the cities, undead enforcers patrolled the streets, ensuring that order was maintained and that any dissent was swiftly crushed. The economy thrived, fueled by the relentless work of the undead, who required no rest, no food, and no payment. Thay's wealth grew, and with it, its influence over the surrounding lands. Yet this newfound prosperity came at a cost. The divide between the ruling Red Wizards and the common people grew even wider,
just like
as
with
did the
Netherrealm.
fear and resentment that simmered just below the surface. While the Red Wizards reveled in their power, the people of Thay lived in a state of perpetual dread, knowing that death was not an escape, but merely a transition to servitude. As the years passed, Thay became a land defined by its necromantic practices. Zastam's vision had been realized, but at what cost? The nation was powerful, yes, but it was also isolated, feared by its neighbors, and haunted by the very magic that had brought it to prominence. In Eltabar, Zastam looked over his domain, his undead legions at his command. But even he knew that power, especially born of necromancy, came with its own dangers. The dead did not rest easy, and neither did the people of Thay. The future was uncertain.
That didn't
and
stop
while
them.
Zastam's grip on Thay was strong, it was also tenuous, held together by fear, magic, and the bones of the dead. Chapter 7. Zastam, the Lich. Zastam, the Zulkir of necromancy, was driven by a relentless ambition to extend his rule over Thay indefinitely. His mastery of necromantic magic was already unparalleled, but he knew that true, unchallenged power could only be achieved through immortality. To this end, Zastam sought the darkest and most forbidden knowledge available, delving
Book
into the
of
ancient
Vile
and
Darkness,
obscure
Vecna's
sources to learn
Hand,
the secrets
Vecna's Eye,
of lichdom,
Orcus,
a transformation that would grant him eternal life and unmatched magical power. The process of becoming a lich is one of the most dangerous and complex rituals in necromancy, requiring the creation of a phylactery, a magical vessel that would house his soul, ensuring that even if his physical form was destroyed, he could be resurrected as long as the phylactery remained intact. Zastam's pursuit of his goal was methodical and secretive.
Makes me wonder
He
what
spent
Vecna's
years
phylactery
gathering
was.
the necessary components and knowledge, consulting arcane texts and ancient grimoires that detailed the ritual's precise requirements. In the Haunted Lands trilogy, particularly in Unclean by Richard Lee Byers, it is noted that Zastam's preparations were exhaustive, as he meticulously ensured that every detail of the ritual was perfect. His obsession with immortality drove him to seek out every possible advantage, leaving nothing to chance. The ritual to become a lich was conducted deep within Thaymount, where Zastam could harness the land's arcane energies to fuel the dark magic required. The ritual was timed to coincide with a rare celestial alignment, a moment where the boundaries between life and death were at their weakest. The process involved consuming potent elixirs and invoking ancient incantations, pushing Zastam to the very brink of death. As the ritual reached its climax, Zastam's soul was severed from his body and bound to the phylactery he had created. His body, now a lifeless shell, began to decay, but within moments it was reanimated, infused with the dark energy of undeath. Zastam arose as a
Zastam
lich.
has the Omega
His
signal
body withered,
symbol on top of his
mind
head.
and magical power
Looks
were
like
sharper
Darkseid.
than ever. The transformation was both a physical and metaphysical rebirth, marking the moment when Zastam transcended mortality to become one of the most powerful beings in Faerun. With his transformation into a lich, Zastam's power became unassailable. His newfound immortality ensured that he could rule Thay without fear of death or the passage of time. This allowed him to consolidate his control over the Zul'Kurit, as his rivals realized that they could not easily challenge a being who could not be killed by any conventional sense.
Summon a paladin.
Zastam's lichdom
Divine
also
Smite.
deepened the fear and reverence from which he was
If you go back to
regarded,
5e,
both within
Divine
Thay
Smite was good then.
and beyond.
Now Divine Smite's an evocation spell, making it
Chapter
kind of
8,
worthless.
The Thayan Civil War. The Thayan Civil War was a culmination of years of escalating tension within Thay's ruling class. Driven by the ambitions of Zastam, the Zul'Kurit of necromancy, his rise to power had been steady, marked by his mastery of necromancy and his cunning political maneuvers. However, Zastam's ambitions went beyond merely being one among the Zul'Kirs. He sought to dominate Thay completely and reshape
Zastam's
it
in the middle.
according to his dark vision.
That girl to the left, that Zul'Kir. I'm pretty sure she was the woman in the Dungeons and Dragons movie. I think. She looks like it.
The other Zolkirs who ruled Thay alongside Zastam grew increasingly wary of his growing influence and the pervasiveness of necromancy under his leadership. The balance of power within the Zolkrit, which had traditionally been maintained by mutual rivalry and competition among the schools of magic, began to shift dangerously in Zastam's favor. This imbalance led to the formation of factions, with some Zolkirs openly opposing Zastam's
Until
bid for
Zastam
absolute
overcame
control.
them and turned them all into
became
his
one
servants.
of Zastam's most prominent adversaries. Along with other powerful Zolkirs who were alarmed by the rise of necromancy, Nevron sought to curtail Zastam's influence. Zastam, ever the strategist, had already begun laying the groundwork for his takeover, surrounding himself with loyalists and undead minions, and positioning himself for the inevitable conflict. The Thayan Civil War erupted when Zastam made his move against the other Zolkirs.
Yep.
The opening salvos of the war were marked by a series of assassinations, betrayals, and magical duels that eliminated several of Zastam's most dangerous rivals. These assassinations sent shockwaves through the Zolkrit, and open conflict soon followed as the remaining Zolkirs mobilized their forces against Zastam.
We're gonna beat you
The
up,
war was
Zaz.
characterized by
Even though
brutal
we didn't.
magical conflicts, with entire cities becoming battlegrounds. Zastam unleashed his undead legions upon his enemies, who responded with their own formidable magical forces. The Red Wizards loyal to Zastam used necromancy to bolster their ranks, reanimating the fallen to serve as soldiers in Zastam's ever-growing army.
And this is the problem you have when you face an undead army. Because unless you kill the caster, they just keep bringing the crap back.
The rebels, led by Zolkirs like Nevron, fought valiantly but were increasingly outmatched by Zastam's relentless strategies and his control over death itself. With the defeat of the rebel Zolkirs, Zastam emerged as the undisputed ruler of Thay. The civil war had left the nation in ruins, with cities devastated and thousands dead, many of whom had been reanimated to serve in Zastam's undead legions.
Again and again
For Zastam,
and again.
these
It's
losses
like the
were
Energizer Bunny.
necessary
It
sacrifices
just
in
keeps
his quest to
going
reshape
and going
Thay
and going.
into a necrocracy where he held absolute power. After the war, Zastam reorganized the Zolkrit to suit his needs. The surviving Zolkirs were either forced into submission or replaced by loyalists who served his vision for Thay. Necromancy became the cornerstone of Thay's society, now with undead labor and soldiers forming the backbone of the nation's economy and military. Zastam's rule was marked by an iron grip of power, with any dissent swiftly and brutally crushed. The war also marked a turning point in Thay's history, as the nation became increasingly isolated from the rest of Faerun. While Zastam's power was unchallenged within Thay, the nation's reputation was tarnished, and its people lived in fear under the oppressive rule of their undead overlords. Chapter 9. The Red Wizards Divided. In the wake of the Thayan Civil War, Zastam emerged as the undisputed ruler of Thay. However, his victory came at a significant cost, leaving the nation fractured and its ruling class deeply divided. The Civil War had decimated the ranks of the Red Wizards, and those who survived were forced to choose between submission to Zastam's rule or exile. This division among the Red Wizards would come to define the next era of Thay's history, as the nation struggled to reconcile its past with a new order imposed by Zastam. The aftermath of the Civil War left Thay a shadow of its former self. Cities lay in ruins, the population was diminished, and the once powerful Zolkrit was reduced to a group of obedient followers under Zastam's control. The Red Wizards, who had once ruled as a collective elite, now found themselves either subservient to Zastam or cast out as fugitives. This division sowed the seeds of further conflict, both within Thay and among the Red Wizards themselves. The Red Wizards, once a united force under the Zolkret, were now divided into several distinct factions, each with its own agenda and vision for Thay's future. The Loyalists were those Red Wizards who fully embraced Zastam's vision for Thay. They saw the power of necromancy as the key to Thay's dominance, and were willing to support Zastam in his quest to maintain absolute control. These Loyalists enjoyed significant power and influence under Zastam's rule, benefiting from the privileges and protections that came with their allegiance. They were instrumental in enforcing Zastam's policies and maintaining order in the newly established Thay. Not all Red Wizards were willing to accept Zastam's rule. The dissenters were those who opposed the regime, either out of ideological differences or because they had lost power during the Civil War. Many of these dissenters went into exile, fleeing Thay to avoid persecution. Some sought refuge in distant lands, while others formed underground resistance movements within Thay, hoping to one day overthrow Zastam and restore the old order. These dissenters operated in secrecy, constantly on the run from Zastam's agents and undead enforcers. The exiles were those Red Wizards who, unable to reconcile with Zastam's rule, chose to leave Thay altogether. These wizards established themselves in foreign lands, where they continued their magical studies and sought to build a new power base. Some of these exiles found work as mercenaries or advisors to foreign rulers, while others focused on amassing wealth and influence through trade and the establishment of new magical schools. The division amongst the Red Wizards created a precarious balance of power within Thay. While Zastam's control over the nation was strong, the existence of dissenters and exiles posed a constant threat to his rule. The underground resistance movements,
I don't know, it didn't seem to work out fully.
Were persistent in their efforts.
Alright, I'm going to have to stop here though, sadly. I will attempt to pick this up in the next stream. And for now, that's it guys. Thanks for stopping by.